Sadembae, sadembae, sademba, sadekomba. Sadembae, sadembae, sademba, sadekodichebwe. Oh, kanini enyalabi enyalabo, kanini enyalabo nikoe. Ameta shina mena au, eno kemi bashe pekwe. Oh, kanini enyalabi enyalabo, kanini enyalabo nikoe. Ameta shina mena au, eno kemi bashe pekwe. Bilkukra, nihinya lefe. Bilkukra, nihinya lefe. Beba shell, baba bele bam. Nihinya lefe, beba nae. Bilkukra, nihinya lefe. Haba, bilkukra, nihinya lefe. Beba shell, baba bele bam. Nihinya lefe, beba nae.
Yeah. Hello. Temo femo yote. Awo bache. Numoto yote. Na Amisa from Netherlands near me. Hello, na Amisa. Ufanito yote. Happy Sunday to you as well. Shout outs to you, Awo bache. Ufaniko bafita waye bomode koni ojani femo onu. Bomode no jani yoke ameni ameba fita waye. Bomode no jani femo. Hello, Uncle Ben, Toyate, Uncle Ben. That's right. Woke up a fit away. You're fine. I'm on way a comment section on you. Animan way a comment section. And you mangabu. Bama de no mi continue ni young meko onu. Bama de atokai miniano. Atokai. Animan way a comment section there for God and country. Bomane no chani fame o contact me fame you mean bama chan no bi ane no ona ka mi kwam phone no mi bama share link so bombo amade nko share link onu you mo ba pele gbe mi enye lo fente mba na e Sunday komba. Yeah. Let's go. Minda mo famous. Shout outs to everyone doing the watching. Oh, Eno kemi bashe bekoe.
Bilkukra, nihinya lefe. Bilkukra, nihinya lefe.
Be bashe, mo bagbele gbe mi eyan lo efenten ba. Ajay.
Bilkukra, nihinya lefe. Haba, bilkukra, nihinya lefe. Bebashe, nungba bagbele gbemi. Mi eyan lefe ke mbanaye.
Oyi wala don. Ofane bomade no share link. Mi umi share so bomade no share na kan ja. Platform sa mi no your fin bomade.
Amen, Kashina, Mena, Edo Kemi Bashe, Bekoe.
Mi eyan like go. Hello, Uncle Sam, Toyota, Uncle Sam.
Edo Kemi Bashe, Bekoe.
Mi eyan like Abba. Hello, Imadoma. Naka bonko ba fita wa yenke bomade onu. Ko ba fita wa ye bomade. Jani femo ke ame na me ba fita wa yi. Animana ko ba fita wa ye chat section there onu. Animana ke oba fita wa ye chat section there. Animana mini ya no nla le pa kwe ka fi na gan. That's right. Ajay. Money Emmanuel Numo, thank you for coming along. Me and you like Edo kemi bashe bekoe. Chemo femo naba fita wa e onu. Chemo femo naba fita wa e. Kani mi enye like bo nyumo e. Ameta shini amena. Thank you, Thomas Tete. Thank you, Thomas Tete. Oh, you waladon. Bonko la fita we yo fine ya ishiba minke. Type monoko ni mangabu. Yo manya de ma o fine nu. Ni enye la fente mbana ni mo ba gbele gbe mi enye la fente mbana
Oh, Sanembae, Sanembae, Sanemba,
Sanekomba.
Sanembae, Sanembae, Sanemba, Sanekoluchebue.
That's right. Love Life Enterprise Mary. Get good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, Love Life.
Sanembae, Sanemba, Sanekoluchebue. Oh, Kanini,
Robert Atto. Numotoyate. That's right. Koba fita waye nke animana koba fita waye. Be oja ni femo no, be oja ni femo. Boken cheme kemba. Echo, eba, nyani gonti afua, gonti no ni yangwe, nyani floa onu. Akbene when love emoji say nyanya love emoji zano. Love emoji say nyanyano, naka love emoji say nyanyano. That's right. Yeah, nyane floa, nya love emoji za floa. That's right, Robert K. This is your authoritative and reliable information source you need to know. That's right, my brother. Thank you so much. Awobache. I love the name so much. Awobache. Hello, my favorite people. Deeds Cantilizi, Amebasheshi. My favorite people, Deeds Cantilizi. Shout outs to you, Ima Toyote. Deeds, my lovely sister. How are you doing? That's right. In the next few minutes, Nii Armah Okpah, Baba Foneno, Gang, Gbese Korle Stool lands. Menewe wabaka senoko. Ani eji anukwali ake lele Gang, Gbese Korle Stool lands say it cover only 2 square mile stretch per low. Along it goes beyond that 2-mile stretch. Isani anukwali aba. Robert Atoke, the program is full of education and information that is aimed at protecting our cultural values as Ghana. Anyemi anukwale, thank you. Ajay. Sanekomba. That's right. Nyani watwa Nii Armah Okpah ake wanine baashe enolo ni wakale abafone no. It's 33 minutes past 8. Pennsylvania ne inleake JHL yega omo I'm sure Nii Armah Okpah ememi ake matwa. So nkaleba Okpah no hopefully wanine baashe no time no wofe koni boli for God and country no ni esani wofi ni wonye ni wofi ni wokele ana sane ba tomoboni wofe wole. That's right. Yankole ewo phone no eba phone no yankle eba phone no. So like I said, wakale back basani ni yeah, me 1 second. Yeah, me 1 second. Sani get picture angmeni no ni nyena money work you. There you have it. Yani nke yanko picture angma phone no. Okay, what na? Here we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Uncle, me bodo manye hey. Oyi wala don wa akengmene nwe okobe ni mene nwe oba bote wojiami ni wo bote ni biami ni wona sanegba ye gan Gbese ke Korle Stool lands ne efe make last time no ba you nke woche ni yanko seba no lewu ike na jemo ni eyo ye ni femo ni wo fe here ike ba ochine mi nwe ehye ono eko totomo ekomi alo ni waje totomo. I shouldn't say that way. Ni okele disagree or no okele pan gbe ye oba kwani wako ake na kan no baba lo no se mi ekele we no ko yue mo. Like I said, one town ni anukwali afefan ni gandangbe fomo bi fe akase ni cheme nyeba shi nyesen awo esani nyeshi nyesen papa ni boni afe ni wonye wokla no ni nyeba nyeshi awo ojogban ni wakatashi ni mokoba wo wafwa wakatashi ni mokoba lakawo wakatashi ni mokoba he woni ni nyeke nyedengbe kenye tole ekpon ni mokoba he wodi. So no wa feel any fame and to everybody out there, like I said, sani chake mwaba wofen watashi ni wombolo mini no gan fio ne mini no gan fio ne keji wo ye anukwale boni gan ya le na ga no ba ya le ona ni ingbe anukwale ba je ba woni fame ene mi no wodi encheke won bo nu pa na yue monto ye ni wo ba na eni anukwale kan ekeke ameshin amesen ha wo eke noni isani wo fie wonye wo fie nche oyi wala don ekon ake ukobe ni menenwe wo ba na sanegba ekon ye shiba mi initial words before ni kenye sane bi mogwe ni mabi ni woya no okwe nke woche ni yanko se sanegba mini ni bi kome onayemi ke mini ni bi kome ba sumo ni obotemi. You have the floor. Daniel Gbene kenye sanjin kome bi mo ni mabi
kente madabushi ni maha mabi omanye keje gadangbe bi ke meni bo mi to efe imi ha mo fe mo manye akengmene hogba ni ma hogba na ma hogba ni bunti akoshia oshia leun jimawo egbi wo leun mi ha lo manye shi kema jewe mo sese yanko se sanie eke eje Gbese Nii Armah Okpah shile eje klishiwi mi to ni tete anali ake mi eje Nii Armah Okpah 100%. No kechono no imagebo photoko
yeah
nke photo ko imagine
yeah nkba ngme screen no ni mambie ana photo ni wo you isani that's right
nje abuena ni ma fe reference ni nje shiam yes
right so ami 1 second ni nke photo achon mambie ko ni amena no ni pote sande ni wo you right nke ngme screen no so obanye ni oya no agbene
di amowe no mu no kan meje ini
okay
achola taswa achola taswa
right
shi eto ise leji wulomu ni ko jemawo ni yoshia leji wulomu ni ko jemawo ni yoshia
okay
le ini ne no ise o yo dede ji ina yashia komi mi no ele ise o yo dede
right
le ini atola swa Ni se wo yo de ji ina. Ni le de dia ke mi o kaimba. Ni le ke o kaliba na ke form.
Okay.
Wo ka ya ko se ke efe mi gbese ni we. Ene pe keke mi hale asa ke jebi.
That's right.
Ni ke ba akwete krobosaki no ni di akwete krobosaki we ele won. Nii Armah Okpah. Ni ji ni aibonte ebi kenkle mo. Le ebi ni o kai. Ke aswa se wo de efo mi. Wo keke efe mi gbese ni we. E ya se le be ko.
Right.
She fine.
That's right.
Wo aswa ya abodi amowi. Ise wo de for new kind na ke form. Wo
That's right.
No ni je mi. Agbogbo si ni ka ye manche je ije anu kwali. Man fe ma ke ma da ka se iku e manche wulu eye igbe be appoint o manche
Right.
ni ba kweje shi ko ba kwe bo o le bi e shi o le ayolo e shi o le ayolo mi san.
Right.
No bien honorable guy Jesus e papa atola atadu eje Gbese ye Gbese shien komiem ni mene ni nke bo yo ne wo choje amasa usu ayawe no le ko ayo lu en report on ha manche
right
ni ka be kunu for some time ne egbo ne anakomoko ni Korle we bi anyem na me mfe no na me smoga Gbese Korle keni bi ka sibe ni Dr. Branch agboglosi ne ba hani di ya market ne fe no mi wo be manche denche because 1978 jibeni ni o kan pese makugbe ebeku no ni ka je 1978 ni no mi manche denche be Gbese
ofane numu ye jeme ama bibo san real quick numu ni oche egbe guy no go che ofane yin pa no keke guy Jesus guy Jesus ni le fi Chinese film
mene leji wo assemblyman ni ko check guy
oh mo fe mo lele okay right okay ni okay no mi ele ni ekwo na kan kopa no papa okay first and then tell my bg no me papa because yanko say chono gwake maybe it is one and the same it is just a word she chono ga na kan be me awo headmen awo chiefs she awo headmen so guy Jesus papa no me mini title enye title as a headman allo enye title as a chief allo they are one and the same
as headman
okay
ko ba ko chief list no the track aye manche blemabia manche na yo di central manche ko chief list no fe onupa
yeah
onupa no aye manche
yeah
mahabu example komi Mayra 1982 no na mena manche
okay
Mayra Blima Mayra
yeah
ni ilaje ma ni sene no na mena manche
okay
no 1982 ne
right
no ke 2016 agbebulushi ena manche be atake ni bi ahin
right right so be coming na no you then it I mean headman ke manche is just one and the same. It's just a title na chaki because no ni manche no headman at the time.
Na kai.
So yeah,
difference here me.
Okay, so many difference here.
Headman if you affili.
Okay.
Headman if you affili. She manche left you affili.
Okay.
Kaka she headman adi.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, headman minute you no need identify or like ake headman and you wash nonko you nonko.
Ati no kenini.
Ashi no kenini. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Agbene wawie noko ni kaka Korle we bi je chabo tido.
Yeah.
Ni again no ni you oje na kashi atupa bi. Isen na ka wolo abo. Over no can screen them one.
Okay, I may want second matao na kan wolo.
Ashifi
and go lightly no na. Okay, animatao ashifi and go lightly.
Two leaflets.
Two leaflets. Okay, animaya herbe journey matao ye herbe je. Okay. Ashifi and go lightly, right? Okay, 2 pages per owner. Okay.
It's no. 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Remember one.
3, 4, 5. Say no. Here no 3, 3, 7. She say no 3, 4, 5.
Okay, remember. Okay, J no ne. Magbele the other one there. Table or nyeke ami ball. Would you fa? So just give me 1 second. Would you not get pay me a fact papa? Yeah, be 1 second. Anyways, Ashifi and Golaili. Oh, that BJ no name. No, if it are only by week name, I know the last one eh.
Only by week name, yeah.
Only by week name, yeah. Okay. So in your number no in your basic declaration the lawsuit with Numo kind which other one?
Yes.
She oh fan boy yano ni matao yano I know ba so ni makane no ko eje me shukwen.
Obaka no ko eje me.
Okay.
Aga ni ga amale ni abo wotwe.
Right.
No asani masha the record street.
Right. Right. Min tao. Dabi inako fema ke be di o myself and they can send me bi ane no ni magbele.
Right. Jameno ona ke ona si ona je ncho
right
ewe mo mi suba mi ni amdo
right
ke boni Korle we jinchi Korle ro mo jinchi ni e title ne here ni e ta o ne to anukwale yin ebushi
right
ye judgment lo mi ta oni ka ke send boy no can ni
fine ani e be ke send me bi ane no makandi magbele ke kandi
ka wo ya other matters no e ba ni interest ni boni mi building case
right no not a problem yeah so trouble you find you have me 1 second onu whilst ni magbele na kan wolu e ko ni wakandi bona ke arrange the way they sumoni put a case across so you have me 1 second if you make Herbert can send me she in misplace le ibaba no in the next minute or two ni magbele ni makan enye Ashifi verse go lightly ko e but minta ni nyekemi aya the exact portion because wolu eda so small ni magbele ni pa ko ma ta o she nye no le ye sure ke ye ba directly to the police okay
page number 337
337 okay okay oh okay ina okay you find okay anima okay imba 1 second ina no ni me yo okay so find you find Bolly inyema project because PDF ni can project hanye screen by dark so nyeke me 1 second makwake manyama feel this way lo nyekpa nyeke me 1 second so makane 337 kengbe Good mana.
Dabi overturn 345 first down.
345 down.
345 first.
345 first.
345.
Okay. Okay. So nyani makania 345 first. Mi panye 5. Okay. Noni a highlighter no tower makania. In my judgment, right? Mm-hmm. In neither of these cases, of these actions.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Yes.
so Tobole, you find it. Okay. Right.
Rely on
right. Right. Okay. Yeah, me 1 second. Me tell you my project your screen there no koni nya na ona koni efe ne ka fe to mo min kan no koni nye na no ni so yeah me 1 second. My project your screen there no ma nye no bi ane no koni nye na Herbert inke no go ba send Herbert come like get disregard just me tell you my project we ba na ye eni no e ba na ye ni no so just the same document, you can send it back. Bonafe Manema project, so you can worry. You just okay. Right. Minpa yefa nya me 1 second. Benyele 1 month production. Benyele film. All right. So yeah, you have it. Yeah, you have it. Okay. All right. Okay. So can you find it in my screen there no? This time I can feel and can project if so in neither of these cases where the gun Gbese and Korle Stools, right?
Yes.
Meaning no word ko eje me na alojo ba kwa stools or something like okay. Kwa stools. Okay. Kwa stools represented, and I am of the opinion that it is reasonable to assume that in the earlier action, these tools would understand that the Korle priest would be prosecuting or defending their interest and not denying. Okay. Okay.
Korle priest will do what?
Will be okay. So the Korle priest will be prosecuting or defending their interest and
defending
not
their what?
Their interest and not denying his trust as it appears he did by setting up a claim to the land as the family property of the Korle will be, and thus attempt to put back the clock of history 300 years.
Okay, Inche.
No,
yeah.
Okay. Okay. That this was the case is clearly evidenced in the case heard in 1/47 before McCarthy, J. Exhibit 18, and in which case the Korle priest set up a title in the family as opposed to the stool, and in which action he was not suited, a judgment which on appeal was affirmed. Right.
Okay.
Okay. In my judgment, these proceedings in no way affect the title of the Ga or Gbese stools, and to construe. In my judgment, these proceedings in no way affect the title of the Ga or Gbese stools, and to construe them as such would be to connive at what, in my judgment, was clearly fraudulent conduct on the part of the Korle priest.
Yes.
Okay. In whilst occupying a position of trust as caretaker of stool lands, he attempted, in breach of that trust, to obtain the declaration of title in favor of his own family, who are stool joint beneficiaries with the Ga and Gbese stool communities.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
No,
okay. So Jame no way Ashifi and Golai no. Nyenimin can throughout the near fame. you about Gbese Korle. So clearly, in this part, yes, again you are Korle Wulomo at the time, a try a bachake ni bineke will lepe e wekuma bani. If I read it right. So he acted fraudulently. Now, Benone can a bed like
300 years ago.
Yeah,
300 years ago.
Yes. She ole ni were the same golightly Sunday no nye min kane back min kane document noko I mean interest but a pick up interest now ani magbele mean in portion ni makane no ni ina I know what I thought make or anything koni okay o mean blamo there was a portion. Okay. Yeah, I mean 1 second. Again, the lands occupied by the people of the Gbese Stool, and which are within the Stool lands. Come on it. So come on it. You once again. Again, land saying Gbese Stool. It is within the Stool lands. So were originally owned. Once again, so a clear ownership. Yeah, mean can go lightly versus a sheriff and second page.
Okay.
337 in Canio. Okay, so I'm a kind of explain no okay. The lands occupied by the people of the Gbese Stool, and which are within the Stool lands, were originally owned. So ownership but are now managed by the Onomroko family, also known as the Korle family. One of the five. Okay. Okay.
Ameji mena keje
Okay.
ameji mena keje na olewe yi abi jiam.
Right.
Difference ni yo amete ne onamroko Korle bi mo si ame Korle bi a kona Korle romo benu ni je onamroko.
Right. And she bet to Beno Chon. So we come no Jiame. They are pretty much the same people. It's not any different. Okay, so right. So he point any mean time make a BG and to make the case for this thing. Shiko was originally owned by the Onomroko family. Nii Armah Okpah Korle we be.
David, both way.
Okay. And which are within the Stool lands were originally owned. So a claim ownership here.
Who were the originally owned?
No make a land say any Gbese be occupy your. I got original owners. I'm a John Omroko. That is what this paragraph is saying.
David, listen carefully.
Okay.
No only last time is an owner lawyer. Capital owing.
Right. Miniji boy interpretation ni yo neke paragraph ne because the interpretation ne originally the lands were owned me in read as a layman miniji boy interpretation.
Okay, within the Gan lands, allow the Gan lands, allow Jenaka.
Yes, the lands occupied by the people of Gbese Stool and which are within the Stool lands.
What year? Onaka 1733. Niga apote
yeah.
Nomie Paul kwaje yuemo ne ke Korle e defraud 300 years ago. Nomia Floston die mo fia mo e ko no. Ni Gbese bi ke go back to history what can we on agency. Tije Korle wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, as if you go like let me know. I can we on agency. Na ba sapateme ni ajejeme na ba mancheme jeme di last stop.
Okay.
Mancheme ji beni agbena passport ye fe wo manchefe manchester ko ye manchester. Si eka ake up to now wo loko echo ake ulomoko ke manche efi akomi. If you got it back to chieftaincy act. Remember chieftaincy act 444. You can always say me go.
Right.
Naturally,
and what do more be a few Danny Waya Jeme, Danny Waya Chieftain, and what do more be a few. Once again, in that explanation, look about But this reading it as a layman, once again, original land say, I understand what you're saying. Original land say were owned by the Onomroko people. So clearly, established ownership. Originally, they own it. Now, Amakandi, naturally, and which are within the Gastool lands were originally owned but are now managed by the Onomroko family, also known as the Korle family.
Yes.
One of the 5 families within the Gbese quarter, and the priest of which family is known as the Korle Wulomo, and who is recognized as the caretaker of the lands for the Ga, Gbese, and Korle Stools by native customary law. So once again, that paragraph established indeed there is something Nii Armah Okpah, Gbese, and Korle Stool lands.
Go to it.
Okay.
Bono Canadian money on Tell you to manage ha muku.
Be ni leka ye be isani be meteni ni metenoni so asana wo moko ni mo akwe.
Na ke o manage ha Gbese both way the land the lands occupied by Gbese people. Highway Ga people
right.
Like Gbese people
which are within the Gastool lands.
Yes.
Okay.
About Gastool lands where Agbele yam. Hello, Bonnie.
Agbele mi inu boshishi. Yeah, Agbele mi.
Agbele yam. Well, small ne ayua isani. Bo originally. Shigaba that bele yam eyega. Ni gane yo anya shiga se na fe no.
Right.
Well, Gbese eyin wo no fi anu ni body onwosise ake onamloko no ni onamloko no ni finally e ka wa ke di atmini caretakers.
Right. And that is the thing. Okay.
And the priest of which family is known.
Yeah, and the priest of which family is known as the Korle Wulomo, and who is recognized as the caretaker of the lands for the Ga. Gbese.
Korle Wulomo, in bracket.
Wulomo is priest. Akawomi. Yeah.
Priest Stool. Nwaka ke God Gbese Korle Stool. And
well, I understand. Okay. She pointed any make Oji. Once again, I'm not a lawyer, but if I'm defending this stool, any your jeme, Ga paramount stool, Gbese is a stool, and of course, can get Korle be here. Maybe Obanyo Kaka Obanyo fe Ga Gbese stools and Korle. But Ekola not pull it together. Just bluff when I feel like Gbese and Korle Stools. I don't know, but I'm saying that being said, still establish indeed there is something called Gbese and Korle Stools. This clearly establishes that fact. Noko, there is an entity called that. Noko yenakai. And it goes before any consolidated cases. It goes before that.
Noko nakambe. So, Ashifi and
Goliath. Yeah.
That is the topic of the day.
Right.
She Noko ne happy. Dani Ebashe Ashifi and Goliath.
Right.
From 7, 3, 4, 5. Okay. To prosecute.
Yeah. Yeah. Instead of him to prosecute and defend, benefit the family. That's what that paragraph pretty much said. Yeah.
Prosecute the about defense idea.
Right.
At the close of the Sanye, then I think that Gbese Korle.
But statement be a golightly and me clearly a chon again. This the way I didn't read it, like you said, what me advice? I need a lawyer to help me. But okay.
4, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no can.
Yeah. One in can 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Can you first in there no quick?
In neither of these actions were the gun, Gbese and Korle Stools, right? Represented. And I am of the opinion that it is reasonable to assume that the earlier action screen there no be a little grayed out, so can an struggle in chair where they go to assume that in the earlier actions these stools would understand that the Korle priest would be prosecuting. Right.
We understand that Korle priest.
Yeah.
Korle Stool.
Right.
Channel.
So your point is, are you at the point I know make or Giake, where there is a priest, there cannot be a stool? Is that the point you are trying to make?
Yes. Identifiable as a priest. Initial stages are identifiable as a priest.
Right.
Ni Boradomo Saniana. The priest or chairman.
Right.
If you are any Manchester here, it's on record.
Okay.
No, can me manche inye matashi nibo mima yesani nibo ulomo matashi wo usuna le ulomo do you know ni estate eja kebe Korle ulomo ba represent neken stools ne sina agbe na acha yue mo fe ga Gbese Korle Stools alo de neken to ba ko 2 weeks ago itombo woluami je ke le ba represent the ene le obi bi o re mi le won e ba represent kabasi mene ni ngabo yo on chief tasi atemi e ke manche ewe tatolete bulo mosani manche yo property including Snyder nche manche nuni
onake where it is a little difficult for somebody now. One of the documents here it refer to the 1898 agreement last time Numo Yankosi clearly 1898 agreement 10 day of September 10 September 1898 in the document okay.
See, to be honest, no fear no that your Korle caretaker say well okay 1941 keji no ko ye na kan when what predecessor ni ja ite adin ko e chake la ite adin elewo lomi ojo ba ona ka pesa maku efe ne shi la ite adin le han la kan job description ne fe de ka market le ta to no la kan caretaker na you order there na to pa jemi no woni iselepe si ameyenyo afi ame caretakers. Well, it shouldn't call like a lepeti caretaker. Dabi Gbese menyo na afia me caretaker. Come on, ruling name.
Of I remember, anyone do more BFU because
battle case.
Yeah.
Me ruling name here. Ni afeke say no ni jeje yue.
Okay. Tenoni tawo ni makwe.
Ruling name.
For
Numo kind versus.
Okay, Numo kind versus. Okay, all right, okay. You find it anima projector no koni wakwa yeah, 1 second. Numo kind versus okay, here we go. Okay, unfortunately, in Yema project no she mean can be here. Numo kind versus Osumanu Idrisu Nelson Nodi. Okay, all right, okay. Inmo tower ni makani.
First page.
Okay, so can the kaja CCJ ruling there. Okay.
At the close of the pleadings.
At the close of the pleadings. Remember. Enyo ni oke send me on alo ekome that can document because ekome pe. okay, you can get in okay, ruling page 1. No page, me page you know your
page 2.
Page 2. Okay, here we go. Okay. So at the close of the pleadings, the following were the issues that were set down for determination. Whether or not the Korle Wulomo is mandated to sue and be sued on behalf of the gang, Gbese and Korle Stool. Whether or not gang, Gbese and Korle Stools have been adjudged exclusive owners of the land at and beyond the land in dispute. Whether or not defendants vendor Edward Nii Tete or his family are allodial owners of the land in dispute. So these are okay. Whether or not the activities of defendants on the land in disputes are fraudulent. Whether or not plaintiff is entitled to the reliefs endorsed on the writ of summons. Whether or not the Korle Wulomo is mandated to sue and be sued on behalf of the gang, Gbese and Korle Stools. Whether or not all Gbese stool lands are also gang stool lands. Okay, this is very okay. Whether or not there is a Korle Stool. Whether or not the gang stool, gang stool, as an interest in Okanshi land. Any other issues arising out of the pleadings. So any imagine this particular case sought to clarify. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Only Anna Akelele Korle whether or not
Stool.
Same for Korle Stool.
Right. Nakai. Whether or not another one whether or not all Gbese stool lands are also gas stool lands. So that's very, very clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The challenge to the capacity of the plaintiff.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So any no more kind in the assume Korle Wulomo, and these are what the court sought to clarify. Suit name. Mind you, Ayuega Gbese Korle. So one of the things, especially 2-1 nibi a pin kan yeshi enyoko emini, it is it make what discussion very fruitful. Whether or not all Gbese stool lands are also gas stool lands. So this question is very, very important because that is the claim for the proponents of gang Gbese and Korle Stools. I mean, chono gwa Gbese kome be enoko no court a sick court sought to clarify whether Lela ke Gbese kometo benoko ni Gbese shikmo jinfe ga ke Korle noni agbeniwe whether or not Korle ake Korle beni wole is a stool on its own. So these two questions are very, very critical. Ni about case ni what discuss also. Anyway, anoni channel ni Uncle Ken Candy.
The challenge.
Okay.
To the capacity of the plaintiff.
Okay, okay. I challenge you. Okay, I challenge you. Whether le numo kan lo le Korle Wulomo wale ni eba sue on behalf of Gbese Stools. Alo je na kan.
David can mo e bluff him.
Can you bluff him? Okay. I'm can you bluff him? Okay. Whether or not the Korle Wulomo is mandated to sue and be sued on behalf of the gang, Gbese and Korle Stools.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Right.
The challenger.
Okay. Okay. So the challenge to the capacity of the plaintiff to mount this action has been launched by the second defendant in this statement. Second defendant, your statement there no is the Gbese Stool. Is the Gbese Stool. Yeah. Okay. In his statement of defense, when he averred that not only is there no stool known as gang, Gbese Korle, which owns land at Okanshi in Accra, but that there is no Korle Stool in existence, and further, that the plaintiff is not the proper party to have sealed out the instant writ of summons for the reliefs he seeks. Now, so be once again, I challenge you whether Korle will or more Ibanye sue on or behalf the same thing. Okay.
Mima.
Okay.
No, born na Gbese. Gbese 80.
Right.
Ni amameke ga Gbese Korle ye. Keje 18 something.
Yeah.
Gbese a challenge your capacity.
Right.
On this offensive sponsor ni.
Right.
No ni yanko se ke ni teko chulu ame anoye ye. No challenge your.
Okay.
Naka no ni kasa ni ama anoye. No sani wo you all.
Uncle na chiga again. I shall go again. All right. So, okay. Okay.
In this, the last paragraph.
Okay. It is the same page, you know.
The same page, you know.
Okay, remember once again.
In this last but one.
Oh, in this endeavor, therefore, has the plaintiff been able to prove that he has the requisite capacity to sue? So this was the question. Okay. Okay. So this is the question in court. Now, the plaintiff's claim is that the action he has commenced is on behalf of the Gbese and Korle Stools. The question then is, does the plaintiff have the requisite capacity to sue for and on behalf of these three stools? Again, is the plaintiff as the Korle Wulomo a stool and does have the consent and concurrence of the principal elders of the stools to seal in their names? In Bukurewa Stool vs. Kumawu Stool, 1902, Ghana Law Review 353, the court stated that it is only the occupant of a stool who can sue and be sued in respect of stool property. A caretaker, okay, okay, a caretaker or other person appointed by a council of stool elders may sue and be sued. Okay, so the caretaker can sue and be sued. So be an okay. Okay, a plaintiff who sues as a representative of a stool assumes the burden of proving that he is the regent or caretaker of the stool, especially where the representation fails to appear or appears but denies its capacity. Kilson versus Menson, 1957. Okay, the plaintiff's counsel in his written address buttressed his argument with a number of decided cases, but what is discerned from these cases is that none stated specifically that the plaintiff can sue in his own right without the consent of the two stools. So, answer question without the consent of the two stools, the plaintiff alone need like Korle Wulomo at the time initiate any lawsuit by Lady. Yes. Right? Okay.
Yes.
In paragraph, okay. In paragraph 47 of his address, for instance, the plaintiff's counsel makes reference to the case of Ayite Koblan, Korle priest, for and on behalf of the Korle Stool, Gbese Stool, and Gamanche Stool versus J.W. Armah, number 55, West African Court Nogonogo. But in this case, the Court of Appeal stated that it is therefore a correct finding and one supported by the evidence that the prior consent of the three entities, Gbese and Korle, is necessary to an outright alienation of the lands in dispute. From the totality of the evidence available to me, I find that the plaintiff has not been able to prove what he asserts, that he has the capacity to sue for and on behalf of the stools in question. Apart from the fact that the plaintiff has not been able to establish the capacity to institute this action on behalf of the three stools, he has not been able to establish that he has been clothed with the sole right to sue and be sued on behalf of the three stools. In the original writ and statement of claim issued by him, he averted that the three stools were the allodial owners of the land in dispute, and that he was the caretaker with interest over the Gbese and Korle Stool property. However, the second defendant, the Gbese Stool, is challenging that capacity. It must be noted that the plaintiff never pleaded that he had been authorized by the three stools to commence the action, but averred that he had by custom been acting for them. However, all the cases he provided in support of his claim that he has capacity have only recognized the co-ownership of the stools in question, but have not stated or recognized one part of the three stools as having been clothed with the sole authority to sue or be sued on their collective behalf. Ota Machano. Okay. Okay. Any judgment
from the case, the case provided.
Okay. Okay. Anima. Yeah. No. From the cases provided by both parties and from the evidence on record, it is clear that the consent and concurrence of the three stools must be sought in either alienation or outright sale of the stool lands. Ipso facto, one stool cannot purport to sue on behalf of the three stools when it has not been clothed with any such authority to do so and without the consent and concurrence of the two other stools. I shall therefore rule that the plaintiff, whose very authority to mount this action has been challenged by a party on whose behalf he claims to act, is a clear indication that he lacks the consent and concurrence of the party to mount the action on its behalf. Moreover, the plaintiff has not been able to establish that there is an entity known as the Korle Stool on whose behalf he
Why
moreover, the plaintiff has not been able to establish that there is an entity known as the Korle Stool on whose behalf he purports to act. The plaintiff not having been able, on the balance of probability, to establish prove his capacity, the court finds the root and not the writ anality and same is struck out. And see, uncle, the counter argument Nima make it jacket clearly a mount suit name without getting consent from the other two parties. As you claim, no ni me yeteni okometo onye oya ni oya no on behalf of the three, as you so say. But once again, I think that is where I need the judge is coming from. Now, his inability to prove his inability to prove Korle is not a stool. Does not necessarily mean there is nothing like that. Like a case and he was unable to prove it. Papa, I need a lawyer, honor. Right.
Black and white. She a canemo, she no more. No, just don't need the problem.
A lot of people. Okay.
Yes. Only a macabo. Kona eneke sanine aye.
Right.
No me no more kaye. Eha Edwin Aite Hammond. Power factor. Eke domoshia Gbese.
Right.
Leno eha Aite Wise. Power factor. Na akadomoshia le. Bona. No yanko se kebo ake. Eyue pano ake. Eke ni eke amake. Na me engage me na mana problem. Il y a que au beauté petue obana donc il y a protocole le robo ni bila ke papa bon Gbese manchaye ni eta se no yi ni boba mo ko pa patoni ni ado mo se Gbese is it not flawed well the case of court ni o ka no use officer keti na wo docket fa mo obana ke le ko le robo e am ko pa patoni
right.
Ne card domosia Gbese manche. Is it the correct direction? Kafa. Le yanko si ane you obi ane blog. Sane baba.
Right.
That you have the capacity. Allo ni te ko tu la capacity. Allo ni Armah la la capacity de Quebec blog. Wo onaka okani e wolu emi ake. Gbese mount
a defense, right? A challenge the capacity, right?
If they're ready, very soon, wolokobaka eshinana koni capacity make ba ke chon ni bia na oda ke ekola unke wake neke eli ne ahako ne ela ina ahako ne. That is the problem. Eja keshi me come katel we ni na kan katel kwa no jinu ni yanko se nye katel kwa no ni gamachi 6 hours para monter no re eja ke you to make judgment me ni pese ma ku ni ake no na you oje la kan because pese ma ku elewo lomi o to ba
money what ya na kan German was because only ke o kwani bi so that is why it is very, very difficult for me to understand, knowing clearly who that old man was. Niji ile ni how educated ake in the history of Gbese anako mancheko ni elewolomi ntumo nakaini nakan grandfather. So
elewolomi
right.
Me IT adilehun
elewolomi right. Right.
It's on record.
Okay.
See,
right.
Me the kaswa ni aibote elewolo.
Right.
No be get to Korle we di na ma check your wolu eyin. Ni aibote le ta flache akuluwa yi.
Right.
Sapema. Sapem. Si ke etu Korle we di keke ama check your eyin. Doje no ni owus kefele na ai compensation e. Owu bi akefele e ya se fi angolite lem.
Right.
It's on record. Netu na iska kaba no wu bi iska na metaska. She no mi e we bi anka la ke ka tu owu e ke o fe noko machule e fe noko na ibote me ya do wu bene akọ ake owu say explore ye ire is atimota.
Right.
It's on record. It's on record.
Right.
Well, JFL clear over 300 years. Na menta me claim noko. Nina kan katele akai DC, akai red. Eche bukobe moni yoji dokumala. Nile trumpeter Gbese Korle. Si ona kene quarter town capacity. Well, mani ka Osman Idriswe akele ameshida.
Right.
According to you want claim ownership na kenani ke rule.
Right.
Owner rule me abi work. Is there any Korle Stool?
Right. Nakan answer Wakanda. I think I get this portion only dealt with whether or not consent ni your neighbor ask you or on or behalf. Last paragraph.
The plaintiff have not been able to establish
right whether there is something called Korle. Yeah. The last paragraph did state that.
No, I can't go there. Did you go no jejeme? No, you establish like a no. But bluff and can't Gbese Korle. So say, is it correct?
You see, okay.
Can't go there. Oshi agbe na ke wait court onyo che.
Okay. And what do no? You see, there are so many things I find it difficult and understand. Like,
you don't find it difficult. Ruling, any latest ruling.
I understand. I understand what you are saying, but in point any make Oji. The idea, it has been so for a long time. Nime a countenance from the Gbese Stool. Challenge. It's something very difficult for me to understand. Are we trying to say for all these years they didn't know Gbese Korle it's not something, it's an countenance. You understand what I'm saying? Right.
We say no Supreme Court. They have judgment. La beteshi.
Right. Right. Inkayo Teshi. What's a bunch of villages coming? Yeah.
Como
Right. I think it was about 40 villages or so. Yeah, 40 to 60 villages. Yeah. Last year.
Yes. Sadeka crime of no expiring date.
I understand that. Honor.
Mintoni Korle will be aliake. I may a Gbese on record. See, come babu and I'm a cocker Gbese Korle Stool. I bet like I boko.
Once again, over naturally, uncle, over naturally, army. Maybe I established Gbese okay 1733, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But we can do that Kohabu.
Right.
Declaration.
Right.
The Poloko Beleke, over can we screen the book candy? Obakwe, la paragraph, Obana no Kueje.
Okay.
Corona Nuni, yes, can we
screen there? No. Before my being question, but I can see. Okay, declaration. Okay, here we go. Declaration. I think I actually opened it.
1934.
Okay, me 1 second. Bonafe ni manyema project ma hanye me 1 second. I have to do it this way. Ofane kemo Herbert ibana wolu the same wolu no disregard onu. Minta ni manyema project, so I have to so disregard.
Como naka 1934 there ni Gbese a declaration spoke over. Can many better as if you are like ni for naka declaration me ebayi.
Ofane mimba mabi na question you mean turning kegmeshi. There is a question ko ni mean ta odi mabi so aninke animal project ma project ne can document ne dan mabi na can question ne.
Okay.
Koni to ebola ana. Okay. Here we go. Right. So you find it in project declaration document any in Uncle Chon in project. Okay. Is there a particular point, a place no town in Makani? Okay. So you find it and get my screen there no Makani in your bootway. Declaration of the Gbese Stool in respect of towns, villages, and lands in certain areas of Accra. Now, yeah, 1 second. The Gbese Stool as title under traditional land ownership and stool jurisdiction over many towns, villages, and lands in the Accra area. In Ga history and tradition, there has been 4 wars between the Gans and the Akwamus as follows. Akwamu War, number 1, 1660. Gans defeated Nii Armah Okpah Gamanche, reign of page 34. Gans defeated, so I tremble Nii Armah Okpah, but Nii Armah Okpah Jimanche at the time. Okay, Akwamu War 2, 1680. Gans defeated again Nii Armah Okpah Gamanche at the time. I have a reference. Akwamu War 3, 1700. Gans defeated it again. Nii Armah Pesemekun, right? The first. What grandpa Gbese manche okay. Akwamu War number 4, 1733. Gans won. Nii Armah Wusu Ahia Ebe Enchela Ojuba. Okay.
Pesemakue.
As Gbese manche. Gbese manche. Okay.
That's another God Gbese Korle. You walk up Gbese by machine. All that difference here, Gbese year 70
right. Right. Hold on. Uncle Manoyan, ofane naturally. I mean 1 second. You find you know echo walo sound there, because Rockefeller can no sound. You find it nyani mana comment section. Koni kanji le penny koni wana. You know ojuba. Awoba che. Manhawa fan up. In sound there still no low. Allo in sound there cat. Uncle Fane, hold on. I may clarify and what Danny Wayano. Okay, all right, Uncle Ofane Yano. Yano. Okay, so Akwamu War number 1, 1660. Gans defeated. Mancheniyo na time Nii Okankoi. Akwamu War number 2, 1680. Gans defeated again Nii Ashango. Akwamu War number 3, 1700. Gans defeated again. Mancheniyo no le Gbese Mancheni. I feel clearly documented. Okay.
1700.
1700, yeah.
No me Gbese ye.
Yeah.
No be minenche poni you 1733 benche no amemo.
Right. No me Gbese ye. Yeah. Right.
Because I'm not come 1700 Gbese ye. Nijo aka bena jetas ni sisife Gbese ye.
Right.
Well, kaka bega Gbese Korle. Si asifi angulatri ala Gbese Korle amaleni.
Well, you have a point to make there. So Uncle.
I
so
have a point to make there.
So once again.
Nobody challenge this record.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. In Kaneka the 1660 war. Okay. Akwamu war number 4, 1733. Gan won. Nii Armah Wusu ahia Gbese Manche. Legi Manche at the time. Ne a lead the town. Gbese ye lolo. Right. The 1660 war was a disaster for the Gans, and the Gamanche committed suicide following the defeat. In the subsequent wars, the Gans were well defeated and pushed right to the coast, where they had to take refuge in Fort Cravencourt, Usher Fort. The Akwamu reigned supreme and were lords of all the lands from the interior to the coast. In the 17th, okay.
Eba yue fante mesanje name si eyi panu ake gambo yomo ni fante me ke wo na ke wo flasi ojugba na me babi egbe si etobo ni mene bi ngane mene bono yeko 50 years jo 60 years o cho boko sisi ona ke wo lo na ma mese wo lo enjo aka male follow di wo.
Right.
Hello noni
Inuboshishi. And that is Otani Magbena, because that is still gonna lead to my question. So when you Otani Magbena, okay. In California Magbena alone young question, no. Okay.
Just
okay. In the 1733 war, the Gans finally and completely defeated the Akwamus during the reigns of Nii Armah Okpah, Gamanche, and Nii Armah Wusu ahia Gbese Manche, whose son Nii Okanja, who later became Gbese Manche in 1733, and wife Na Kokoi Muta, the sister of Nii Armah Okpah, was taken to Holland by the Dutch government to be educated and as a bond of friendship. That government supplied to the Gans all the arms and ammunition for the war. Yeah, no. Okay.
Noni me ko ake Gbese history feel clear.
Yeah, this clearly shows before 1733 Gbese was already around.
Yeah. Boaka moko etesine ke mokotomo yankosi. Almahabo e history fioko. Yankosi
Uncle over the car jeme. Uncle respectfully me pabo fa over. Uncle over the nachi over the car jeme. Boy, I was stick to the issue over the me pabo fa. Come on me obile boy car jeme. Let's just stick to the issue. Over I will stick to the issue of finding. Now, Manyama being questioned after in Manyama being. Okay, so once again, in question in Tao Mabi Jiake. This clearly Gbese was already established before.
Yes.
Before 1733. This clearly shows that as far back as the 1600s, and I don't even know why people try to say that, because clearly history so it cannot be I established Gbese 1733. So that point is well made. History once again. Ni wakane kokomleme consolidated cases yani wole lele noko ye omo ni achole Gbese ni amefita ina ajaya wasuekaba. Question ni nta oni mabi jake. Minewo ni noko ye omo ni Gbese ye omo. As far back as the 1600s, we can clearly tell like Gbese ye. Ni Gbese ye shiponji omo. Te balete ni akpeno ni 1898 ni I establish noko na chole gan Gbese and Korle Stools ni allocate all these lands, all the pieces of land comprising the following villages and communities lying within the northern sector of Accra metropolitan area, namely Kwabenya amagbena kekote no keke question e clear amacha villages all the pieces of land comprising the following villages and communities lying within the northern sector of Accra metropolitan area, namely Kpehe, Kwabenya, Abofu, Accra Newtown, Aveno, Tesano, Alajo, Ablenkpe, Legon, Apenkwa, Oko, Ashoma, Domi, and beyond, fall within the allodial ownership. Once again, a keyword, allodial ownership of Gan, Gbese, and Korle family. Stool by virtue of the statutory declaration and dated the 10th day of September 1898. Mine attaching established Nekenoko. If all these lands belong to Gbese alone, it belonging to Noko Natural Gang Gbese Korle. Ni attaching established Nekenoko. Why?
Nona ayo. Yichoko Emma Bomokuno, Nije Rakan Bomon. Gbese Akagbese lutumo eche. Akagbese lutumo eche. Ni whatever come what you she won kwe saniem. No na to ne feji ankwale. Kokwe declaration ni ando kanene. 1934 ni Ihabo chief list ko. Chief list in 1934. Kedi na ka declaration here. Oye aka ba anya fe ne ke declaration 1934.
Because nege 1898 ne nyani min kande nyegbe kan san kande a few portions here kokomleme consolidated cases me. This 1898 agreement ne I make reference to it. So even in the Kokomemle consolidated cases, I make reference to Neken declaration in 1898. I understand. She said, "Me not beneni nakanoko ba. You cannot say ake ni ayata abele nakano bi aneke bale nake more so ni onukpa ekpene ni ate no aun na yusu le nakaya anwe you cannot say ake yeah."
The case
right. Right.
I make mention of Magikome.
Right. Okay.
No within that range below.
And that is, I'm glad you brought it up, because I find it very difficult to believe Keji won't stick with that 2-mile radius. Say it clearly goes beyond the 2-mile radius. Yes. It clearly goes beyond the 2-mile radius. So it makes the case for the proponents of Gbese Korle Stool lands. By this declaration alone, you cannot limit Naka entity to just the 2-mile radius. Ni your cases.
Gbese Korle message check my background in education. Me in school and technical school. She checked my I'm a tone.
But uncle, I understand, but this is what the document is saying. In the
It's an lawyer.
Right.
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 She from the ruler it's only 3 arms affair.
Yes, that is Nakai.
Many Ukanshi Sanina, you on it.
Dabi.
No one in the Kenny, one yafe, Gaparamos Dine, Ella, Noani, Ashi, Damashi, and Meshi. And I can make the Menefe, I mean, claim local, Nick and Niamugi, by then, Nushi.
Nye woloko ebie o fine olemoko ni achole JC Akainete.
Oh, JC Akainete.
Okay.
Mama
good. Now, Gbese iye noko ebie Gbese Korle Stool lands. Document ko ebie. Attack. Inli aken send attack. Attack I can send the kobo kekimi makwa ken ba send bo bia ne no lokoni nyena koni bo discussion if fruitful
no pure akai JC
oh I see that be oh okay
it was
so Akajesi be no me right okay so good I got Mumoko Global TV
Mary Niaibote the second enyekwe ko ekalefo biete so
that is because attack o fine minta bo fa kenke in send kobo minta o makweni nke send bo no gbele bi amini wo yo no. That is why I do once again I find it extremely difficult on abonin chon keji one way ake there is actually it is only that old basic Korle thing is only limited to that 2-mile radius. It's a little difficult for me to understand because this is somebody who is clearly from our own. I feel look, we wish to state that as legitimate and undisputed co-owners of gang, Gbese and Onomrako. Now, let ane update till 9th April 1990. Attack I can send attack I be an according to what you let me look for it. Papa.
Me have the history about the name.
Right.
JC.
Okay. Right.
Well, it's a cartel. Ni amenta okeke. Na me chogbesi eyin ame bushi. Ni le eje so melan. No le ke akajesi emene akairex dokumala. Ke me kome. Well, it's a cartel. Je ni neni ame roje. Si ona ka me fe ya awun keke ni ashi. Bohani pesamaku. I said like a commission na bote sanien. Pesamaku epele.
Commission it did not really make the case for Gbese owning those lands by Ledi and Chepe. It did not really make the case. Under cross examination, he folded.
Before Naka commission, no be judgment. You got Gbese Korle.
Right.
In people last time okay, not allowed.
Right. And no me aye alajo sane she ni a share any abile she kon jiyen sane ye. It was not specific to alajo. It was generally Gbese and Korle.
Dabi abile alajo abile ke na kan spot ye onake Ko una fe mo fi mo sumo ye ni mo na ke ai to lo alo chinalu. Ona.
Right.
Yes. Ana lo document se fa abu no ani nke sanota lawyer.
Document say I'm fan ninye I tried to read nakai inke send attack koni ena inke 19 was it 15th June 19 inke fan send attack
noni amenfeni enye moji kufo fe Chieftaincy Act 208 Chieftaincy Act echi Korle time echi wulo mo time she fe lamini manche na asani noni ba fiti osani efe na
right
wono na me boli osi na me fi ofe ne ke Chieftaincy Act ne e ba si li ni bi piana
right ani what you in grandpa a 1976 commission ani what you if you knew what
no job commission not a white paper man I want a white paper man
I implement the commission
I implement it.
But once again, but why would Grandpa agree to no only clearly at the time? And clearly, Grandpa could not make the case clearly. I can look to Mobeno make on catching na kaini boni o make ole. Once again, I have to be fair here. Why could it Grandpa, as educated as he is, under cross examination, he didn't make the case? I can look. No, you are Jena Kaini. There is actually nothing called Gbese Korle. These lands are our own. Papa,
Grandpa, there was an incident.
Okay.
Grandpa, there is an incident. Neke we be ne no way. Ni abo ochunimo bo na na ke wole. Na ameteshini Jesu amosane.
Right.
She looking for the grandpa teacher ni ni amugie echole ni Ebenezer.
Right.
Yes. Wo agbene no na ata wa fi eyin fe mo. She say le esumo muji. Say esumo muji. Wo na pe gidigidi awon ona ka anya agbena.
Right.
Korle is not a stool. No pay G-Salier. Be an account local property, to have a property. Over check a Korle position. Up to now, Korle will have a woe shoe, a woe in Niba. No about check no fail stool. Documents paying it your way. Kabasi Niku for Babuna. Ne fe Chieftaincy at Etake Noko. I'll check a Noko.
Dabi.
Spawn just two property.
Right. Spawn's two property. Yeah, Spawn's two property.
No, I feel Korle is a stool.
Which clearly Ninumo can get court. Establish a establish a Korle is a stool. JJ answer I can question it. See, once again.
I want to be
okay. All right.
Korle Romo. I challenge ni wo you know wo challenge Korle Romo. You will be a position. As go stool jibolu the nye ka ke stool jile. No property no.
Well, that is a good question. Ake ke onyo prove ake
secondly, the can do what be jo teshi bi asanine. Ni Supreme Court teshi documents na make travel kabashi mene fraud ni shi mene masploni. It doesn't end the matter.
Well, end the matter. End the lemo. Yeah. It is settled.
Clock other side. The clock only akeke fan. Direction. The boat Tony. Right. Afe no na appeal for. Allo loophole stop. That is correct. Therefore, the documents. She ni yesanie. Efe sanie 2 miles square. Clear. JJ fele clear. money are printing here, let print the cook, we don't argue about that. She later, well, now can loophole here, enough here. Walk a call okay, are you a stool or in a shrine? Let about a shrine priest. You go quite as if you are here, you don't need to have one. 337 here.
Right.
Korle Rob is a priest. Korle Way is a family. A chombo ya name. No first in one
in no point except once again I fail to believe and this is maybe tomorrow chon it's a cartel bona anima can
it's a cartel it's a cartel because can blame and one one
anima can
but I was thinking documents to on Korle Ochakako Kebo do smart because I know Chake o symbol alo somebody she my Otinana on Korle
right
on Korle Kabasi na US to Sanya o Yekololo
right I'm a candy
Amabubu Abeko
right
why boss said thyself oh evil man.
That's right. That's right. And not being clever. That's right.
And working iniquity to achieve vanity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't blame man. You wanna many deal away. Or I don't want to mistake on all. Well, the argument is baseless. It's an on your Kelly. Me, Ninka, you are the California graphic.
Hey, Uncle Nkoka Hajemo fine. Uncle Mikpa, don't go there. Respectfully, Uncle, please, respectfully. Respectfully, oh fine it. Oh, Mikpa will fight. Oh fine it. Anima Kande, once again, this is part of the case. Need the proponents of God, Gbese Korle Stool is making. 1976, 15th June, Commission of Inquiry at the Ga Traditional Council. In my screen, you find a boatwe, nyawa boa, no need to know. In page 7 of that particular document. Nyawa boatwe, treble. Just listen to what transpired here. Now, Aye Alajo Sandemong. Alajo manche womo Sunday ni shikon Sunday ke Korle we no fe no ba James so nye buatwe. Listen to the conversation. Mr. Akufo-Addo ke I'm putting it to you that Alajo falls squarely into the area of lands litigated over in that area. Gbese manche, my lord, I've explained my position that the proceedings had gone on when I was then fresh on the stool. Mr. Akufo-Addo, the latter part of 1958 and 1961, and you were still fresh, not knowing what rights you had over your own area, Kokomlemle affects your rights. You know that. Gbese mancheke, yes. Mr. Akufo-Addo, is it not a fact that Gbese stool has no stool lands of its own? So once again, question it was not limited to only the consolidated cases. It was broad. Okay? Is it not a fact that the Gbese stool has no stool lands on its own? Gbese manche. Okay? The Gbese stool has no stool lands of its own. Akufo-Addo Beekun. Okay? When I say of its own, I mean over which you, Gbese manche, have absolute power of disposition. You can sell it without reference to anybody. Again, my lord, the decision is that the Ga, Gbese and Korle Stools are joint owners. Joint owners. Mr. Akufo-Addo, the Gampaman stool, the Gbese stool, and the Korle stool are joint owners. One cannot claim to have it all without the others. Isn't it the meaning of joint ownership that you need all three owners to deal with the land? Gbese manche. That is what I said. Which means you, the Gbese manche, cannot by yourself deal with the land without reference to the paramount stool or the Korle family. You have no right to deal with the land. Is that not right? Gbese Manche? Yes, Mr. Akufo-Addo. You need a concurrence of all three. Gbese Manche? Yes, according to custom. So, I mean, this clearly, proponent saying you say ne ake Gbese by Lelenche self a be ene shikpon, and that every single shikpon in your Gbese it is a naked three, it's a joint ownership of three people. Gbese Manche at the time he agreed to it. Okay, Gbese does not have a land by the DNJ. Okay.
Namoke Gbese Manche take court.
But what? Okay, so in anomia ye alajo Manchester ni ye bi ene. So
Bimba Namoke Gbese Manche take
court. I can manyama tao no ma aboko ni wayi. This should tell you.
Dani ake Gbese Manche ba ya court. It's animoko adobo.
Right.
1, 2. Okane noko kebo ake tase no mini.
A few years before. Exactly. Yeah, he said that. Right.
Ni mini jino ni me ayu mo dani leba. No me aka DC mekani bi ne amen. Amen cha me secretary ni cartel na fi. Inke Gbese aka Gbese kesi twa ike. Inke bo ake onamloko bi amejabula. Ole nakai.
Dabi.
Yes, it's on. Wolo agbo ani ke habo judgment eh. Ona akama ke gamate jabula.
Yeah.
Agbola contest. Ni kebo the last time ni kebo you kebo ke abola bi e. Abo taso ke manche menyo paramosi enyo.
Right.
Bi ane aye ni aye nenu paramosi. Na ye ni te ko chulu paramosi. Dana ya adama lache paramosi. Aloje la kan. Wo shi akube ete. Wo na mo di mo.
I get no le patashi abola patashi shika bale manche yele le pia mi jino na wo so solo.
Abola ja no le leader. Abola ja no lo ji Gbese store. Ona anyone you are locally. No too money or yen what you want. There were no too money. She said I can jema wo ji anu too money.
Right. Right, that I agree with you. Yep.
Yes. Sister Akajema waji anuchumo. Ni noni yi fefeji me ko me kabela shweshi. Nona kepo ni bi eno sen yi egbe na cho. Je sen keke ni moko e batu ni ai emeshia sani ayu oyi.
Right.
Si ayu e want ani. Kaka Gbese is a stool. Gan generally. Abeka one side. No bluff na no. Amene chabeli akeji alukwali ka ke gan. Mene gamanche ete gamanche sia paramosi ete ayin eje. Na yin gamanche enyo. Oba yu ene mesani e. The court cases here be war. Ikebo ake je no pio no one by you.
Right.
So when they push us kono kwe money gamanche ni sign wolo have. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni yọ sẹ́ náà mẹ́ họ Korle sẹ́ Korle jẹ́lẹ̀ yọ bí alẹ́ yankó sẹ́ yọ alo náà mọ̀ yọ.
Right.
Yankó sẹ́ mini direction ìjẹ́ gamanche ayélujára sẹ́ yọ ọjọ́ tẹ́kọ̀ tulu sẹ́ yọ ọjọ́ lámàlàchẹ́ sẹ́ yọ ọjọ́.
Ayélujára ẹ̀jẹ̀ manche ni lẹ́ẹ̀pata abola patashi manche ni I mean it's just.
Dàbí ìmẹ̀sí àmì ẹ̀jẹ̀.
Well, okay, the paramount is from there, exactly. I'm a future paramount, a new one saying, well, I elevate, yeah.
Agbene, what Leno, can they still to say that I elevate me? Is it not part of it?
Yeah. Yeah. If it
nobody, they never elevate me. Take to Leliake, Lenche, Shia, find a work with Shia, a Kako Yeshia.
Ofane ani inke letter ko
iniquity to achieve vanity.
Right. Right.
Playing smart and not
and
being
not
clever.
being clever. Oh, no.
Yes.
Uncle Sam, Gbese Manche was caught in a legal jargon by Akufo-Addo.
Oh, okay.
That's right. That's right.
Akufo-Addo, Ona.
Yeah.
Yo, Niji Gbese bi asmom. Di document here. Ni wo yen leke. Woji ni minna. Ye University of Nii Armah Okpah second. Korle Stool witness on. Yeah, Gbese matter.
Right.
Is it correct? Documents in me na no ni ani ikebake court sani won sumo bail defense.
Right.
Documents in na fe like Korle Stool witness on Nii Armah Okpah. Jije ne sign ni Nii Armah Okpah witness on. Gbese manche me fe ni ba le witness on. Ana make no happen.
Dabi ageno akomi.
Kebo no ni ko enda kan ta na mi fe Akufo-Addo papa no na chepo e sani bo sign na ka Akufo-Addo papa e ja ka ye sani abu.
Right.
Sile sia denche ni le jele ba bi sani e spoon no ne yo Nii Armah Okpah sign ni Korle Stool witness e hale. No ni le denche ba do mo shine bi o ke me ni chule ne ba bi sani e denche ameshia Gbese manche sign le Akufo-Addo shia Gbese manche sign hale.
Right. Right.
And they're playing smart, but they're
not being clever. All right. Bernard Lomoteke, yo, bro, it has been a long time. Where have you been? Numo Mbeshi. Man, our BS. Anthony Mills, guess sometimes it's like everyone has their own documents and interprets it in their own way. Joe Cott, Brako Teke, I was born in Accra, in the Gamashi, and to be specific, Abola. I have never heard the name Gbese Korle before. What I know is Gbese and Korle. Anthony Mills, I'm tempted to disbelieve and be against anything Akufo-Addo is or has been involved in. With all due respect to the office of the president of the land, he's a very diabolic man. Fun up, you are right. Rockefeller, it's possible the document about Akufo-Addo questioning Gbese Manche is altered. And of course, Uncle Sam non kani abomo. Andrew Alote Kofi, greetings, Nii Titi and all. Was it an elevation or an introduction to paramount status? It's actually an elevation, but I may need LI and I feel official. LI back on me, so that is why I need.
Neke cartel bi ne no esana. Cartel bi ne no neke tako tulu bi ne no amesana.
Andrew Alote Kofi beko, great job. Odatelante, good afternoon. Numo Toyote, boy Ojuba. Numo it projects documents. Can send the attack. Anima can any to once again to make the case for the proponents of the gang. Basic Korle Stools. Updated documents 15th October 2019. Gbese Manchengo, the Gbese Paramount Stool to the administrator, Stool Lands, Greater Accra Region, Accra. Dear sir/madam, mandate to collect ground rent on behalf of the Gbese Stool Lands. I, His Royal Majesty, Dr. Nii Armah Okpah II, Gbese Manche, and Adontin of the Gun State, wish, with the consent of the principal elders, mandate your outfit to collect ground rent on behalf of the Gbese Stool Lands. Looking forward to your usual cooperation in this regard. So this is a letter ni wache Gbese Manche Engma kete the administrator of Stool Lands, the Lands Commission ni ground rent ka collect akemaha Gbese Paramount Stool. Now papa okay
Ole loko per the judgment in Kambo e ka Korle we bi amini ne yo ya 300 years ago Lands Commission Stool Lands Administration
right
Dr. Kuyeje ntuma mata moko besi mi have direction e kan ne ke gbemene yo ni ye kamu
I see
ni dey tell you Nii Armah Okpah Nii Armah Okpah due to nibi komena mental. Noni nke kudo ne spoji komena meko fe iye fe wa isetambo ni Korle Stool. Noni hani awol a force le na akole se no ni ikebo e ka me e ame power fatoni na me ka fi ona ka ga Gbese Korle ke yin lands commission aka ho spoji kome do me fe lo ani ka ba ke court sani wo
right
isu mo magbele di fresh ene mi to no music clear okay Akufo-Addo le den chere ba do mo shi de ebi sani e sia Gbese manchani ton hale is on record. It's a public record.
Yes, okay.
Ke na go don ba court e o ba na ke Gbese manchani ni Korle Stool witness. Wo keji lele Korle Stool alo Korle we bi e ameye noko e. Te fi o tell manchani na me witness on.
Right. Ni okay, that's right. Okay, so now ni Gbese Paramount Stool like my letter kete lands administration noni ameng mane amo ameng market the traditional council. I mean be ake mini juno na amefe so ma anima kan ko ni o na je mo aba je me o le fe okay so ama kan bet sani elebo ya court say so le right so anima kan now so lands commission now me receive letter from the Gbese Paramount Stool I mean market Gan traditional council now it get RE mandate to collect revenue on behalf of the Gbese Stool land at date 28th November 2019. It kept the office of the administrator of Stool lands has received a letter from the Gbese Manche mandating the office to mobilize revenue on behalf of the Gbese Stool. Meanwhile, records in the office indicate an alliance or entity compromising Ga, Korle, and Gbese, and not individual Stool as Ga, Korle, and Gbese. So once again, Lands Commission be in Chono Gwaket, Yame records are mere. There is an entity known as Ga, Gbese, and Korle. Now, in the face of the request by Gbese, we will be grateful to receive a correspondence from the traditional council as to what the status is or should be, so as to enable the office amend its records to reflect same. We count on your usual cooperation. Attached is a copy of the letter for your perusal. So once again, Lands Commission, I mean, traditional council, like, I mean, in Asia, we know from the Gbese Paramount Stool, like, I may ground rent, can't Gbese Paramount Stool pay. Meaning she come records me bet no kona actually Gbese Paramount Stool pe ayagan Gbese and Korle they were Gan traditional council be akwa me records me ni amekwa ka me boni ame nyele lands commission na kan no ni lo koni ameke na jemo aba papa
okay mi akemba wo ye ni ne aso ni okay mi akemba dewo ba ya ma to Koni azama
Mafio forget. I'm a kind of response any traditional council ma koni ofe o ni efe ko me no ji. Okay. So anima kan dey can man be I know anima kan dey can man because I'm amele. Bebo no ya court say wo le na efe. Now response ni traditional council amema ke ha Lands Commission, I get noni amefe ni. I'm a response. So 30th January 2020, RE mandate to collect revenue. Responding to your letter dated 20th January 2020 on the above subject matter, I write as follows: that per your records over the decades, as you quoted, you have been paying as Ga, Gbese, and Korle. The council is advising you deal with your old records until you hear from us. So response the traditional council Lands Commission diake nye record say me nye gang Gbese Korle nye ya no nye Twitter as gang Gbese Korle nye ke no kwa kan Gbese bi epe until nye ba no wo ofa ne ko na jemo nwa ba papa
ikebo ake cartel abonju eche wo gan jemo pokiti oga yi Land Commission no mo keneke ni net je ni register
She be one of documents ni as far back as
Dabi kadi lele land commission ke ehie ne ke document e so ke ehie la nu kwale ni na meji me sign document e ka ba hale na plot
right
akegbe small dia be sani ka Gbese Korle am signature saya land commission wo
right
aloje
nakani
ti aye nyon sini alo mi male
yeah
o studio no yo bodencho no alo kemen
me den no
yes no na signature kanu
mean signature kanu
na ka ga Gbese Korle ni land commission le te eko
right
obishi ba ile kwakwe ba ile osofo ba ile na call the document ne because ana ka loophole ye Gbese na ka ta ka me
right
no ona no ne ona ha wo LIA
right
no abon no ka ga eni ne ga traditional council e ba ya no ka ya no ona eni je
it's
Bokobaye match for 6 years na anya wole ni charges be e bai
excuse me
no na ka Gbese ye no sha ho Gbese yicho Dabi from the evidence and totality no of anything
right
but na ka Gbese ahon e kata bi commenter me drive
right
see I want to assure the public dokumala Fabiela megbo isi dokumala ejuemo enye yemu ejaka ni what need we ba fe shuake by the close of this year and call it chebajigo
in your documents go ye be any makani table you find in get me in my project once again but come this is dated 18th January 1996. The occupants once again you find your boat unfortunately in my project can project a screen above a black it's an issue my feel the other way and in fiole the occupants of Gbese and Korle Stools of Accra. This was 1996, represented by Nii Armah II, Gamanche, Nii Armah Okpah II, Gbese Manche, and Numo Ayite Koblan, Korle High Priest, all of Accra. In a document verses Paul Ayite Tete, substitute for E.D. Annan. Now, it is really difficult for somebody sitting there. When you have watch it, Nii Armah Okpah ni jenyo, Nii Armah Nii Armah Koblan. Fe ame assume me neke Paul Ayite Tetene. Ame assume ake beme kome as Gbese and Korle Stools. So if somebody is presented with this document, there is really nothing like that. Meanwhile, I initiate lawsuit ko yeneke entity name Gbese and Korle Stools. Ngba send attack in the attack in the Gbese Korle Stools. I institute a lawsuit to go nakan entity me. So how then do you say okay? No koni onabonincho. That is why ni Papa.
Kona sa know you on it. I tell you about yeah, Gbese. Yeah, man. Yeah, what records me? Yeah, man. Yeah, what records me?
Right.
Noni mina. Noni inli. Yeah, man. 1, 2. Sadia na ma.
Oleneke case ne. Oleneke case ne. Oh, that be mean people just by way Ninche Ambwe versus Paul Ayite. If I'm a Gbese E.D. Annan go by substitute le in 18th January 1996.
Were they able to win the case?
anima ya na agbe ni makwa ke mana boni agbe na alo ni makani usually ene efe make amewie lawyer ko ni eta one edu lehun etun nu chumo ojogba no lawyer mental na disbar like ni bi na kan jino no lawyer Thompson ko ole na kan case
Bruce Thompson alumini
mi kwa ke mana egbe efen ye bi yellow di machema bo lawyer Thompson ko no na ke ni bi na ifio eja the defendant filed a motion to set aside the default judgment on 16th June 1995, according to counsel for respondent George Thompson, Esquire, and on behalf of George Thompson, lawyer actually George Thompson.
She inche. Mene chuchuku laboratory be.
Right.
Woke amisi inkumara da habue. Ono ba nule na ka ba chabu. Shimene lab wo sani efe akemo senimi. Mene ruling ejiko.
Right.
The latest ruling. Okay. Korle Stool.
Well, he didn't say that. Korle Bulomo was not able to establish. Noko ye na chole na kai.
Ni kama konye establish noko na kai. Tefio tebo okanakani etu ni mo.
Well, maybe he was unable to.
Council.
Right.
We mean captain kaje body.
Right. Right.
Mean captain kaje the council.
Right.
But we are more than chere no ba kote. No ba sama. Okay, Gbese Korle Stools. Alo je
nakai.
Well, naka portion e kan screen no kan e ko. Money nu ko na ko wo na nu. Yes.
Right.
I just me peke. But we are more than chere. You know ni ba you.
Right. You find nyani nkegma screen there no boni uncle a request ni makande jemema anye eko. Right, so you find a lawsuit ne jinoni uncle referred to Numo Kain versus Osmanu Idris Nelson Gbese Stool versus number one Osmanu Idris Nelson the second defendant Gbese Stool nya mimba nya ni makanya any uncle town ni makani jeme koni nyeno shishi nya me 1 second. Sani magbele nekengbe
Moreover, yeah, it's last page.
Fine, mingbele lekemba. So I'm 1 second. Pakoda ni mingbele. Okay. So in your last page, okay. Okay. From the cases provided by both parties and from the evidence on record, it is clear that the consent and concurrence of the three stools must be sought in either alienation or outright sale of the stool lands. Ipso facto, one stool cannot purport to sue on behalf of the three stools when it has not been clothed with any such authority to do so and without the consent and concurrence of the two other stools. I shall therefore rule that the plaintiff, whose very authority to mount this action has been challenged by a party on whose behalf he claims to act, is a clear indication that he lacks the consent and concurrence of the party to mount the action on its behalf. Moreover, the plaintiff has not been able to establish that there is an entity known as the Korle Stool on whose behalf he purports to act.
Yes. Over there.
Right.
Moreover,
yeah. Yeah.
No GPA.
Yeah.
BPA. Kabasi biane no ke onyense Korle Stool Gbese Korle Stool no tomorrow ya no ba bo denche no ba do moshie onye ni otu ake Korle Stool e bi eyo na ba na nye small yo we case Inche oya case. Ka pesamaku ele stool jile. Ile ke okay. Investment ye Ghana investment. Ni bo ba ni bo aboya do mokot. Ni bo ke no ko be na chole Korle Stool. Bo ka pesamaku na mo di money sana ka sani atu. But then from this ruling, it's all evidence.
Right.
J Mokomoko. Aje Sani 2018. Nagbena 2021. Ni ndomoshi. Ehame. Dokuma la di badumoshi. Ni aje aite harmony aje dokuma la ba. Ni bodenche okay je ke fandi yake. Abeno ko na chole Korle Stool.
Yeah.
Je go say no, ye je me no. Right. The plaintiff not having been able to balance
of the probability. To establish prove his capacity, the court finds the writ a nullity and same is struck out. Capacity you are not club
capacity.
Yeah.
No
right.
That is what we want to say. This is all.
Right.
Uncle,
I'm a Bible Sunday. Neke case ni judgment ne ba. Was there an appeal from the other side?
Yes, they went to appeal.
Okay, so
they took it to appeal.
Okay, yeah, of course, because I'm a losing. Ni amekete appeal. What became of that appeal? Okay.
The case I amekete appeal. Ikebomo na amekete appeal. Ame famowolu emi. Nii Armah Gbese wo mi no ni le no nko bo. She wo lawyer le ele no fiano ni mi wo le no fiano ewo. Wo fo ameda na ke enu ani panel ele ake. Document sa ba shwe she kowi. Aje ne ke number bo ma ni lawyer afe letter ami. Ni ke ani ka ko proceed se ma.
Okay.
Kodona ye ni wo yo.
So that appeal is still pending. Ayeko na kan appeal agbekona.
Ayeko.
Okay.
Aka no ni wo lawyer you all. But I na set the record straight na
kusaba. Maybe next court date.
Oh, fine,
okay, so I may amend. I may read. I may amend Diko. So okay.
Gabudi yomi aya na fili ana registrar. She wo loko. Akaya fili gap ni yomi.
Right.
But we will carry on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, 5 pages.
Now for equilibrium. Order.
Right.
I may not now have to appeal. I may from equilibrium.
Oh.
Oh, but they are all criminals. You remember?
Yeah, Uncle Nachi.
I'm calling Kobu. I may need to eba.
Uncle Nachi, we'll find it, Nachi. For my sake, we'll find it, Nachi. Right. In money, what I feel it personal. Yeah, please, Ona.
No. Come academy Gbese on one hand a challenge go capacity
right. Right.
Because walega manche you are challenge
wacheni yankosi kwewo so mabile neke sandene ake akete appeal. This is what this judgment said. Akete appeal. So
akete appeal
right. I'm back. Okay, yeah. Yeah, mabile nake. Yeah, he's actually watching us. So yeah. Right. Anyways. No find it.
What gamancheni wa challenge no one ni one nale ye court e wo nyese wo bia ne no na me claim o be bia ne te ko chulu ni te ko chulu ke adamalache wo amenyo ne wo ka me case because they need to clear the air okay ame badina that person Korle spoji nakalo alone naka because they are predecessors
right
niamugi FADB kome.
Yeah.
Marina, they should explain it to us. But I make a person AIA Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, I'll do like whoever wins his case at in court, neighbor, like Gbese say, Gbese, now Gbese Korle.
Right.
Korle ba cho because Kabashi Diane, me ko ake Gbese Korle.
Right.
Shika wo that Gbese what I want everybody to know. Many bomitwe ke many ko mi fe no ni water take alleji. Kabashi mene na ba elevate ne elevate Gbese Korle. Shall elevate Gbese pe na wo abola le uno awo akunga de no awo tublo uno awo asende no take your Gbese Korle acheko amegbe Kabashi mene the individuals with bad record amenche Gbese Korle ke wo mele to na ba wo Gbese no ache wo aboko bayi akele she ake amanche from their own court court can first letter ni je ko ake gamanche le money if it awo no ni elevate ye pe no ake irawo Korle le uno well he should come back with a new record only no ni ayu on ye
right. Uncle, if I know no ko no ba sumo no get be in your question.
Oh, we need me double. Na pa mo fi amo fight. Sani ele baba. Shika na tuye abana na nukwali eka. Ga efite mo ne. Shi no kamo ye.
Right.
No kamo ye. Ake mo ba yin wo sa o ma. Shika ji anukwale to yin. Le no no fi efolu. Eja ke okwe blofo eyin ni bi enyo. Ni ndo ya ni mene blofo eye. Ni bi enyo di scale. Scale kete no ni alma etepo no kaje no kechu oni no fi opini eye mu ni blema scale le won ko ko blema scale ko ke dari egbe bi ko ke lo egma fa ke dari ke lo fe ye gbo dana le mu si gbene ko scale na use wo I use electronic scale ani me bi eyin amalegbe Kabashi mene recently me ben challenge ni Gamache ba pe elevation ne efe ka Gbese Korle elevation ti efe Gbese pe
yeah
no nyene kete iye no kamo ye oke awo kaji wo nwe anu kwale ka ba ko mama papa na ebu se ani me bi ni nsori ga ye yin me ko me na fi wa shino me ko me na fi wa fili me ko me ni akaweta chukwu ana ni waka anukwale ni noji mene ani won shwe wo denche wo anunya yin ashi wo mi pa fai aka anukwale atuni bona fe ko no nye mi o ba yin no kela mu shiko ka male ni te wa wo no ba nya te wo no
yeah uncle before no ba ya allo before ni nke panel e baba no cause nke panel e baba no ni ke amewa me sane enyoko tenkwe na me bibo na ni wo mo nke letter ko engme screen there no ni eje Gbese Paramount Store 15th January 2025 you get to all executives of the Second-Hand Clothing Association any other accredited market associations and groups dear sir/madam to whom it may concern emergency meeting I have the instructions of His Royal Majesty, Nii Dr. Ayibunte II, Paramount Chief of Gbese, the Adontin of the Gun State, and the allodial owner of all the Gbese Stool lands, wish to invite you to the second consecutive time to an emergency meeting. Date Monday 20th, 2025. Time 10 a.m. Venue Gbese Manche Palace, Usher Town, Gbese Accra. Agenda: the Katamanto market affairs vis-a-vis the fire outbreak and any other matters. I wish to state categorically, without any ambiguity, that you failed to honor the previous verbal invitation, which was mutually fixed and or agreed to be held on Wednesday, 15th January 2025 at 12 o'clock p.m. at the Gbese Manche Palace, with your consent and that of your executives and other Katamanto Market Traders Association and all groupings. It has to be stressed that you are being invited again for the second and last time to attend this August meeting scheduled on Monday, 20th January 2025 at 10 a.m. And that if you refuse to attend, we will advise ourselves on the next line of action to take. I'm looking forward to meeting you on the scheduled day to resolve your numerous problems or issues, and that the Gbese Stool is the only allodial owner of the Katamanto land. This was a letter Nii Armah Okpah ani ame honor neken letter ne.
Pinche.
Papa.
Aiku.
Yai.
Aiku.
Yai.
Oh ya meko mama. Manko be. No manfo be cry. Shoku. When you lege do so. Opa Tommy di. Yeah. Anamele. Papa music be agency.
That's right.
Adukwale akometo. Okay, letter jembe.
The office of Gbese Paramount Store. Yep.
Yes. Onake Anna letter. Nije agbogloshi manche. She letter ewo keti mamu. Aloje
Naka.
So inye ma comment ye neke letter ne.
Okay.
Eja ke papa ewi.
Right. So do you know? Do you have any information whether meeting there was honored or not?
Oh, ofane no kebwake.
Osmono ba ajeme. Okay.
Right. She let her know can you ke Paramount here then check and deal direct.
Right. Okay. Sounds good. That sounds good. Ofane aninke once okay, so in campaign lemba noni ameba join. So in question there uni minta mabiji. So Katamanto Sandene well, maybe after this letter net will be no chon, but I still have to ask anyway. What has become of it, Kabatabiane? What has become of it? Outside of this letter, is there anything no Lini? Okay.
1. 2. Me accuse me I bribe. Me I skadi.
She only uncle respectfully, or like the last time ni a lot of that is where a lot of people disagreed with you. Okay. Yes, as a matter of fact, submission will make the last time a lot of people really I'm a sumo the way you went about the whole thing. But I can part in Canada, especially
remember, animal answer about that. None know about that if you need disagree.
Yeah.
From the letter animal can hear. Letter I have direction.
They have direction.
Direction cannot challenge my authority.
Onyo challenging mo, but if you are working back work in the interest, but you are nothing no about fear. You are working in the interest of the stool, right?
Over there,
yeah.
No, nako over you.
Dabi.
No, nako
and she uncle respectfully me dabi onyo afi mo she but once again she
different contradiction ba
and she got caught no ya no be you are young I mean onyo ya no contradict no chair you onye no ya right.
See what is in law if papa order order.
Right.
Name my letter. Me, I don't know anything. The letter, they come on to
right. Okay. Well put. Right. Okay. Right.
Yes.
Well, sounds good. In Campanele, Ebano, Wanye Nadoma, Wanye Aliyah, Wanye Tama, Kato Kain, the Gbese caucus, Ameba Sheshi. Now, okay, Nadoma Ajianshi, no washing a Gbese Bias and Edan. Gbese caucus, washing I thought Kain Katama, I make Gbese caucus, she have it. Nadoma, Ofane Oja Ekpano, okay, Nii Armah Okpah, Niji Enyo, Agbogloshi, Korle Wonko Manche, Obo conversation to miniji o initial comments ka le no ko esane ko no ba bi won ba nyo ke cha no
yo minga mofia moni yo panele no minga ni Nii Armah lehu ni edeng umani
mani para fe on
yeah o fine ibenu ko chonko ni mayeshi fio kekeni nke ba cho na ji ina ke latter part of the conversation about a minute ago no ke ni tete ta okuni o outline no ke fio penny nke ba cho na
okay mini okay
ni ona mufio so fa ne ba mi ekun madoma
o fine hold on o fine me gba se o me no ke ta wo manche e kan kita e wo no na ku o yue fio ni mi ta ni ke chona with no yeji mi fila ke kule de no fiano na ke fun jalami e kule ibi ku me ni onye opa he mama ye agbo eji na kai oshishi be mi un fio ni ke ba chona ku fe akaba sure jalami ke ele pe what we ke wo hi ni lo fe ku me ake hosu ni ke no tani aye passe keke nwele woson keka agbele fin si o ni mi won kala chona.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. You find nye order on ni mokontwawo ni wakwa ake minister ni ba bi panel nye madam. Inche o find oja e pan o find any one way.
Oh yeah. Tenye yote ya member yo manye. Bole. Jimanje ni ko mitula ta project ma belagashi. Agbogburushi jeme afo mi le ko. Abola ke jembe. Ni la se ba pan no ekeleji agbogburushi manche. Eyen wo mi. Si moko kesanu ko mehi. Koko majeme pada majeme na develop ni report ba neba shwe gbeme ne tashi nfe politics mi fi NDC dojimi na shwe amejeme ameba right back ni NDC eba power ni assemblyman ni ojeme nyamini ni ka keshin gbeme ni ojeme esa ni ebale na kan ena moko afiese na bile agboshi manchene bien to nyang mene no kele wie ko wiagashi ni gbese enwa leta ya ha katamanton bi epo okay kedi le ko agboshi no kemo koko mpe fe ni legi money di manchene ko ojeme ni gbese ba ma leta ha katamanton bi tani ekopele alo sane kele neke oyanshishi o division alo o jurisdiction neke bajeme ni elewen authority see there's no way ni twa keshi manche ba malaka ham ne shile manche ni ko ojeme no is wrong o game sani wokwe wofe woni bi ojogba ona boni njo keji ni bese ekela keshi mbi o jurisdiction neke ya no ojeme bopo du no ba ma no ba for di no kwale ti le tomo president mama yo je mene ni bi pie ko ma leta eye ngon straight moko ye ne ba kwa mi no ni sa ne ye ngon ne ba fe shi de ebo manche ye je me ne fo he eshibu ni eke mena ma ngon mini baba la ba ni di enyo game mi ken ye gan ko be na agbemi omo ken ye gan agbemi omo le shi what tashi be wo dragon ni o to abolu eguko na fo ogede bi assure gan gbe yi bi on to ne ni mbaga ni mbabisite ta fo buko gbeke ni bi gba mi moto ni ama moto ama mo gota no ngo be wo he no was spongy here, fair car you can carve a car you excuse no no the Imanche, a caco mac and the car. Game was sure by you too much. Like Benonenta market, Dan and you, Ninta, Nibico, get about bar no mere, and quality coming for now for me a guy or shock or get try into me. One short plan for me, you on a guy. The flat a car me yenda. In Tassa, Musimi, one now, came young on knitted side. A walk man. She me in Quagashi, I can manchame. I can get in you. Nenisani, Bukwa Chassa, Inca Chase. She lay side, Nika Gaka side. She will need if your FL, Nagami. One may want you to Yale. Yabian, Ni Catamantos and Inna, I shan't be Beganuku. Pese manche to woni ni tete o Germany ni tete le minene naka pese manche mbomonu wani ni beka nu ne pa YouTube mo ne je ni boni me ma fe mana ni number emusu shamia bi ene ni nkonya ni maga kame tashi ni beka nu ne je ni akashi de ka stop katamoto na fi o kenye kan o benwo nu wa tale ke yo ba yile adu eni di akufado ni gawe bata be je no more ona agbene o fa na ni ma yu egi ma wonyanga ma panye fa adama la tesane ne ake mama ka omi ake ndi saka omi nyeke la yia na fale ye be papa no ka fale ko ni adama la che e ya se no jeme ne ba ya e ya jeme with NDC backing agbene afe fagashi akesanya ya ne ya Supreme Court koni Supreme Court ame final decision whether NDC badio MPP badio NQP badio DDP no ba badio ke manche go ba adamo marache eshi je don kata bene bi ba hu kodu next wo kubi na ba ya koni etano ejeme
right
ona boni ncho wo ba ni na ni pese maku Obanina pesa maku, mbanina ni aklama, mbanina ni aponsa, mbanina namu gamate mbanina sa yefa 30 years mana afine o mi le no ko ni bi ni ya no ega kona akpa MPP manche NDC manche kani bi ka bi mbolot ko metwe ne ewo gbese manche secretary nga kani be frebe mene lot ko mi ngbelo what there were politics me koni afati adamu ala cheya iseni video ko ha voice mo ha titagasi din takiye teko turu di ju blue ju ne ji e ke MPP ba ne ke MPP te o se ne ka ma ya ni ke ko passport mi e visa ni gboku e man ko ne ba ya ne agenda ti adamu ala che e ba to mo ka kai boni satawa le ke
that's right
na ga boni ka no pa ne o manya ba
yeah Ije uncle over ne wache atako tie ewie BP ile age ovasmoni oji ekoda
obotwe
wambotwe
director dey you no ni you
right
you know ni imagine
right
right manche bibi obem
right
fair manche she manche wulu ni superior le mi bibi ele mbelu ko kemo
right
yes
all right sounds good right yeah awabo the next caller to Inche over no jai pa no
you remember manye
blawo
if you make you wanna you work about ejinu ko simple ni ke wa atashi wo pani woni bia nyojo ba problem about solve easy go why you kwale come back about 3 days or 4 days ago I told you ake na ajo ayawa suka ba onomro ko sita Gbese ni no ba wo ba ni na fa na to le Korle ni mo ko te Korle na ni ana ayawa enyo okukwa enyo na ba boy Korle won jamo na ka bia me I establish Gbese omo
right
I establish Gbese omo ni eje Gbese ni ani na ka ayawa enyo na yo Kuka no ne ba boy jamo. Ni share me. Ne I aja Korle one yendi Korle way. So Korle way Germany. Ni banana stool. This is what we should establish. Your law have judgment. See, there will be mistake in the judgment. And the mistake in the judgment was now I'm a recognized I'm a Korle Stool. This is what we have to fight. They were fighting when now I established Mafia Mokbena. Then the case ahead, we don't have to handle it. What happened in Chong?
Yeah.
On a Mokbena, I'm at Korle where I can Korle, she can't come around the Korle and Clever Hammer. No Korle. No, I'm a talk. Now make a point, signature hammer. I'm back here, and get back here. It's your point in one shipon. I like the form of being Jimmy. We are under Gbese. The cat and one shipon. Gbese man change money sign. But I can't hand more. I take Kobla. I can't witness.
Right.
So he is not the prime signature to Korle Gbese Stool.
Right.
He is just a witness.
Right.
And this team might have started when they were the caretakers of the Gbese Stool. That was where I'm suggesting I'm a signature when documents number. You go where they whether now you caretaker, it doesn't make you the owner. When at the court he couldn't establish and he will not be able to establish the Gbese Stool. Like there's nothing like that. She can't go back now to like Gbese. What best stool go now to like Gbese.
You mean Korle?
Hey, Korle. Yeah, Korle. I'm sorry. She can't go back now to like Gbese. Five you Korle. Look at your Korle one go. Korle one go. I be Korle gono. She was burning the stool go now to like So this is simple. We have to go back. On a judgment, there was a mistake in the judgment. But you know, as I Gbese, I have fight now correct the mistake. It is too simple. Korle.
Right.
Korle doesn't have to. You want this is something simple. Get back about. Look, it's simple. What the politics are about with me. Talk a police about me, but won't a police about the next time.
Yeah.
She was a pale, or I law court. Now I am pale, like Adamala Chaba.
Right.
Like Adamalacha. Peace was tower. Like I've been aware. God, I said, no go was structure. I've been remember, sorry, honor. Now you are God basic Korle Stool. But the word God not with there. Honor, it is either vague or it's an adjective telling the people like Gbese are guns. I put a powerful Damascene. On a brinton. Gbese fitai. Get abola fitai. Get adese. One of them. Okay, gun. What does it mean? Okay, gun. What does it mean?
Right.
She put a fairly sure Damascene. I single out Mukume like a gun. But I feel money only on Gbese a top back and Gamani. Toma Gamani. Kobanwa gun. Obala gun.
Yeah.
No, I single Mukume a gun. Okay, gun Gbese Stool doesn't mean nothing. It is just telling you that the Gbese are gun. If you know what we call I'm a shiani. Korle where shiani.
Right.
Shian. If you're puto, or if you one shian for me, if you're puto, I only banana stool.
Right.
This is not this. And then you know some fight.
That's right.
No, well established. No, like Korle where it has no stool.
Yeah.
It's a fetish house. It has no stool.
All right. Yeah.
Naga two square and clever at the hand, man. Ona like a 2 square enclave. No man, this support you know, I'm a prayer. Not the I'm under their care. Behind I'm now signature to that document. It doesn't make them owner. Like would I care about their caretakers? Or how can the caretaker be landowner?
Right.
Sounds
good. We don't check.
Yeah.
Uncle, Friday, you no go. Yeah, no need watch you. Papa.
Me kase mi te jode. Korle na mo kaji ousu.
Korle ka mo gweje usu. Korle be ka mo go share boundary. Korle is a lagoon.
Ana Korle Stool. Gbese ni minja gbogbo si manche. Inke English ji ousu.
Right.
Inke akuna ji ousu.
Yeah.
Inke Korle bu ji ousu.
Uncle Sam, hold on.
Inke Arubaka ji ousu. But na ni sani.
Yeah.
Me to magbla ojo mo fi o kaba buko.
Right.
Kefe atupa idea ko ake Arubaka atupa. Ni mi na no kwa lo gbe ji gbe mi na no kwa pepa. Ama ni te ko chulu. Ke Arubaka atupa. Mi to tete ali ake. Gbese ya wo wudi ami wo spo achele Arubaka atupa. Wo mancheni oje esani ake graphic bi na chake wolu aye ka je na kai le Gbese se ke ani le ake abagba ka wa de cap de ba cho ye le last month ke graphic bi Arubaka atupai asale mancha uje
right
she Gbese spo ni oje me je Arubaka atupai the ke mistakes ni ni ka wa ha me gbe fi o e ba chogo
maybe one ache no go adabraka atupa inu go ego dan.
Yes. See what records me Arubaka straight. See le manche ni oje eche Arubaka atupa. Ni noji no ni wakati court recently woke man klalo ni oje okeleti court.
Right.
Won le une egbe ne keba. Won ta ni le within 2 weeks kedi enye ba out. Le wolo ba ye de ba cho any anaspo any you manche. Ejake watch me for mistake.
Right.
The many echos and the air. To mana ko bo ona ka ba ka Korle awe. Many ko bi le Korle wo mo na mo ke di owusu. Ni dokuma la ko aka se teni ni se teni ni. E ba cho ga Gbese Korle sport me na me ke di owusu. Ko na bi me ake sport ni le ni petenye. Actually, Gbese Korle alo actually Gbese.
Right.
What for the Otawa? Imagine agbele do jele.
Right. Sounds good.
Right. When we get I best spoke actually Gbese Korle.
Right.
Romofiamo no cafe transaction. Get ready.
Right. Sounds good.
So good.
All right.
Agbele land commission. Money your agenda about plot to sport about plot to judgment hale. The acquire the size of the land ni small na ye ona ka small first cause and the first and never year I small size see any upload to small ko ni je na kai
right
to ni okado ochomi ni land commission ni lewe ma ka traditional council ni eche do ru sakike ko ane isibo ni yo
yeah
eche ngabashi bi ane ni nkebo yo le ni do ru sakike wala bi Nesani leun aya bi lesan.
Right.
Okay. Gbese Korle sponge engbe kan. Ke head high officer da. Dani ke e ba kan be ku no. Wona ina moda.
Right. Right.
Ona letter na agba. Amani na le.
Yeah.
Ke ye wala mi.
Yeah.
Wo mi advice ji esani Gbese ma sa te shike lawyers. Na ni na le.
Right.
Kodi bone ji na na kaje eja na jemla na gbala wa dikap
right right
ona letter no here it's a weapon
yeah
it's a weapon
Uncle Sam over na no TV abasionu Uncle Sam
It's a letter. It's a weapon to our enemy.
Right.
Wale the councillor nan maleka letter. Nearly and quality ne on a minute, but many here about time.
Yeah. Yeah.
On a going here about time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Raw a claim Otublo fair manche. Efe Otublo ga Otublo Korle say efe le efe la Gbese Korle say. Bon kabaka Gbese sanideri na wo cartel ku wekuko na meteshi. She will not survive.
That's right. That's right. Uncle Sam, over anyone way.
Nii Armah, if you make when Ogbe ne oha netate te wojamin pepe no ga prove kese ochan waka shen aben no na chole ga Gbese Korle tama bone previous caller who ye explain open chance kese fair e habo ake Korle ni o jeme priest ne priest ne jele hwe caretaker jele ga ka Gbese wole as caretaker no ka aleno ga ka Gbese in the court le Korle as the caretaker le jomani eba instigate case no ka eka case up in your court la hu egbe ba mi no eba ya chon ga Gbese ka Korle no honey Korle la hu egbe ba mi since he is not part of the land there no egbe mention control ko land no land ga ke Gbese no ni but point ko mo ni maximum ni ma point here element ya ke sin ga ka Gbese as landlord ka still ka alena po case ko ba ko Gbese bi land ho esana men no shisha ke sin ja me ko ame ke Gambia no ni nyesa ko mbia ke Gbese ke Korle gani yo jame na me ji gani yo jame if you make a previous caller eba explain it city ne mbia ake gamanche ji gani yo jame it represent the whole Gan to mo the previous caller by you Gbese bi I mean asna bi I mean the whole Gan no ji ni yo jame si ge gamanche singular ji money appointer ka akega no tama boni ne ama eba explaining no ka akeko case ya kote le Korle as sian no kwelo la joma ne eba ya bo isani ya bo Gbese ka Gambia amania aka no nearby shikmo no no aka case ya court no legimony eba ya represent America court ama be ba halegbe ko ne ya represent America shile Korle ko ebe hegbe ne eka case to ba ya court no jino ne abia mi ana abanya sule singular alo le singular eba case ya court lo enyo fe dabi the work like Birmingham. Regarding Katamanto land, ka anukale baba me no fe no chacha like aye structure. Ka Gbese manche. E wo chacha like manche. Ya Katamanto. Neno ko ba le manche Gbese manche. Esane ya mancha ne wo ya jome no ake o na keke eba no woke esa ne e bypass mancha ne le e wo ya jome ne e na cha chole ten shikman jome no whatever the case le e ha ame cha chole ten e ha Katamanto mancha authority no gama shikwa ka ya ne land no lo shikwa esane bypass or manchani o jama ne ya gbama no boni min na sane
ne Uncle Sam yeah we radon Uncle ufane oya yue mokondo basmoni uke fitai Uncle oya ofane oya no kondo obasmondo uke fitas uke fitano ni woche yue
Unakai, but then really, no, you know about Manoni. Let's go to actually Gbese Korle.
Right.
The Dodo Saki, they all Walami. It's an Gbese artist.
Uncle, Ofane, hold on. Numo in our text message, Oja Ekmano, Mofemo go to position to no aba.
Inke inwaka che dokumalang be acho be ni aite wise man. Ni ko chengbe mo family.
Okay.
No mo Korle okan, no mo kan nyem bibio ni. Ulo mo mi maye ni ye ni kihale because Sweden yo wona be ninjo. Ni wo inke no ma dokumalang because let it call te. Ni no ni amo ayuo fe ta flash and pale kume be mi.
Okay.
Ame ba na me create noko na to use takashi na ke gbese tumbe na chon one na gbese manteme na puy over the years ona ni huwe we've never had any problem over for hundreds of years. Korle where they've been in possession of the land for so many years. Ni kra 1733 bene no ni okanjaba na ata ta na ka afi komi no abobo awoyina agbenene you are catching le ejeni ne Korle ana in the Korle ke Korle dudo ni fani ama chidonos ina cho jama chole in the Korle wonko we chidonos le jama Korle wonko ne fani te ama gono ya jama Korle ko gono ina ho potolo ye ne fa kweli ama shuno ina sene bi eyo that is 1733 okanja ba aka afi kweli kibabu ofe na ya one side ke ha abua wana because abua no ahin Gbese shalo we Gbese shishi abua na because of tana wo koni kendo ko ofe ko no kaya ibu otue wa nsoma jien nsoma mabami because me so ni me wo fianshi no ani ke fi nsoma yue ko nke mi wie ko wo mo me ba wo ni nsumo ni ke ha nyem no because man say yo ona wie mo na you of amecho and kwale here abushi ga abanya male ni amale echo and kwale na kan fi ejeme for the past 25 years ni mbane na kan fi eje no be pia mi buy na ni ko gba kada kote na here kote ni ama pe ba wi aka here kote no na me fi oji tek bon konoku ni balake wa nye gbo so no aye gbo de e ka afita gbo e like kote was it between Korle ke Gbese? No, it wasn't between Korle ke Gbese.
It was Korle was Gbese was a second defendant, so it was against
no, I was party to the suit.
Okay.
Moko ete machu precisely right behind in the merchant bank here. No, na Korle gang Gbese Korle bia ni nale. Come on, I gang Gbese Korle moko nye chaki mene moko nye chaki wo. Kake moko ba se ba tishne eke patapa kofe Korle wa nye fe, but we are not doing it because Korle we've been working maybe and we need them permission. Gbese be the jaw ha me sponge na me pay wo for all these years. Didn't know the land belongs to them. The Armah Okpah she and yo but Korle be 1913 and they paid us for that. Armah Okpah Collective School in the Roman Debbie having in Roman. Then in Ghana 1933 England from England to Sweden. No Armah Okpah in Collective School. Ni huwa in ke she and le yo me. She and Armah Okpah yo me. O him ya ke ha 1913. Agbena ayu katamanto ken in the railways. Come on. I'm acquire near with I'm sure mile cash mile 9. The compensation can one cash mile 9. I can't call it with here. I can hang a manche. I can't but I can't call it Wulomo. Then I shunk a tie. You come was small on the Agbala, was no come fame. Learning a project. Cannot go back now. Can we find one and wa kokoni gamewania baninya? A yaka wa yale with unity. I am back and me can in here and what he had a tree and more. Ona,
right.
Also shine work big can in there. Jena, you got a manton sally. Shraba play monigile. Mean care about it. Me kadi boy or she and it. No, okay, I will caretaker. Or back a caretaker, caretaker, she and high. Let's say, Nicole Bo witness. Later, take your share. No, caution her. Or back a caretaker, I am your dread. Connie Boka, Comico Lequano. Enemy facing on logic. Come on. It all comes down to 1898. That's the declaration. The declaration was made by Korle Stool, then attested by Okanja. And then the Gamanche, Takitayua. In case the declaration was made 1898.
Yeah,
by
the
declaration. No, Mina make a ban, I make a watch time. So this is, I mean, it's not helping us.
So with somebody who is properly abreast with the history and no fair no you why is it that at the law court said not here? Because we have the document in can the court question with me. Why weren't you guys able to prove your case? Like there is indeed something.
I'm a cable for the money back.
Right.
I felt I think in you know any you call it Wulomo, can I be few? Think can I be few? No, Jay case me. No one can not be one. They came in full that joining men to go against they can't me. I'm a cable the truth for the matter. Gbese can call it the court. Okay, make when I'm a push more, I'm in develop. Owner, I'm a cash. Okay, I'm a famous the court cash. I'm a Kawatashi. When I decide I can Nelson Coffee, then he was their lawyer. They can let them me. She has Watashi Kona compensation because I'm able expired list what they want say. No, not decide about Shika. I'm a care okay. One in Naba, Wakiskat, the Wakiskan, Watawa, Mahame. No, you I decided to go into the case. She didn't know what Hamid thought. No Hamid thought, no never, I kind of my case. I'm a back, a bias can send you. I want to ask God to call it. She, I'm a separate yaka, I'm a big person in Shmodia family, no, no honey, if I like in there. Come on. Everybody is most of the can you court. I make many, I made the ways. They know their way at the court.
Right.
Near care here, then they'll twist it. The only way you can get justice, maybe can you one judge, 3 judges, 5 judges, or 9 judges. The Obila cannot at the appeal court. Look, again, the determination of that in the Ataka, Mene with a low Mene winning because one needed the consent of the common. Over the years, we swear so many judges we don't need the consent of anybody to give land or to sublet to any and I'll come up with those documentation. Even consolidated case, when you're sponging Piahame, you will need the consent. What I mean,
right?
She went, Cabodette, Pietro here, Bioyake, the Shani Amor, Ayo. I cannot make this much.
I understand, but the question in mean be Jackie. Clearly, you are abreast with the history and everything surrounding this gang, basically, thing.
Thank you.
Why is it that you prove na can case at the courts? Once again, Keji Bono Chona can once again, yes, you need the consent of the other parties. Koni Amefe, you failed to do it. The other question will not be was whether there is a stool.
I'm not cutting you.
Right.
I'm not cutting you.
Right.
On occasion, meaning I single-handedly, financially, and not fiano,
right.
For 14 years, I supported with my pocket money. I did everything by myself. Can you imagine? I'm handling a whole generation, make school fees, when I did all by myself.
Right.
She needs about her, and I saw the evil in my people.
Right.
Advice call Ni nkele na misunderstanding feel ni balake be na ya kote. For me to look back there, be ba ya na mechanic emo. It went against something that is going to be good for the GNCF. Ejakeni kaya siga Gbese Korle. Mokonya gemine kaya separate business they ever join the con. That is not done. She to be in chon ake court I court mo min ke ba ke. I court I help many ke yo kasani ete. Ke osani put there. You go and lose.
Right.
Because some of them make use I make position I make na here make feel in the no. It wasn't about Gbese Korle who is in there, but rather it was about Mokone Akoshipon, Nish Nakan Shipon, Asani, Lise Egbo, Lake a Lake a sublet, it will lay here Kunwana, Womole, the Balake, Law, I need to motion law, Kashi, Efe Noku, Lele and Lise Egbo, yeah, and I regularize a hand. No to regularization, and I'm Biake, and you about he, work market, work a hammy lawyer. Ni law, ni your opposite side there. Ele Nii Gbese
Right.
The balake wait we na kana ni ya. It's only be back market go na no need we nya fear kuna fini. Rather let issue na get a kanta. That's what they do all the time. Anything can agbano can bashia. What they are good at doing, they will come and counter. Only tree be no and gam find akashi no one no no kui. One no no kui.
Right.
What akashi basically no way. What we are the ones here. Near it belongs to Gbese and Korle Stool. What only was 50% out of the proceeds. We are not claiming full ownership of it. Owner. What only we have the legally 50%.
You take or two. You take or one. Gbese take or one. Right.
What we are not claiming any ownership of. All we are saying that once we come Gbese Korle, why is it only one party want to go as Gbese just to you want
he line or Koni Nii Armah Okpah able to care na Jemo Kweni Keba and it's an education J
me come in none of you and find better and the body think about going to the care argument
uncle hold on uncle Yano wise man.
No transaction. All the time, Kedi Bonkonin, while Mogbo na any egbo dear. Benny Bonko near na away. Stock a bot take cost no about my boy. No, let trademark. That's what it's been here. Kedi Bonko, Bafokea. The moment of our buy any body, no. Yes, the issue in the Nabakashi Araba here in the
right, sounds good. Like I said,
stay away from all this.
Right. But I think it will be only unless you don't want to stay on the phone. But Nii Armah Okpah, I think would you mind staying on the phone? Okay.
I've never done this before. I'm
yeah, Uncle Yano.
Kebashi Biane.
Wise man, off and about way.
In no way, no, because
Uncle,
let's talk about how many properties you've sold for so far.
Wise man, find a naturally. Let's do it this way. Find him. Uncle, by you, the way in connection, you know what? I mean, 1 second. This is what I'm going to do, wise man. Ani me ma trouble, Bonham. I'm going to give you a call. Koni ma join the ma add both to the panel. Can add both to the panel. Keke.
Number. Because they send me. Because as I need Nakai and you are in a judgment against Korle.
So
ruling. Ruling
yeah, wise man. Over the naturally. No need animal fail this way. Bona. Like I said, come I mean dokuma naturally. Mkeleba arrange interview ninkeleba no. I've always done that. Bona bonicho. See for today, ni onyo jogbe mi. Animal connectable on the other line. Bone afeni ke onko yue keke bonwonu keke bonko yue keke le.
No problem.
So I ma end the call ne ma trouble right back with the other number. The same number but on the another phone. Bone afeni wo fen one way. Ona bonincho. So let me do that. Oh no, let me do that.
Okay.
All right. You find it. Yeah, me 1 second. So when I finish my adele on the other line there, I'm a friend. I'm so uncle, over hold on, Dan. I think I will no enu ona boninchon. Enu. Right, uncle. Eba join the war. Oh, fine. You more bene.
Yo, uncle. Obotwe.
Right. You find it. Cheme. Mimba. Cheme. Uncle, oh, fine. Hold on 1 second. Uncle, oh, fine. Hold on. Dano, ya no hold on. Ming panify. Nyani wo maintainer. Decorum on a bonincho boniafe insumoni wafe name calling ni menetro joni menefe nike nyani ona because me pin kwa wakoni ameka sedi in Kenya ke right sounds good so far boy na tree going forward boy far na tree yes so far na tree so going forward wafe nyani wakwa wawie momi boniafe ni because there are a lot of people. I'm glad you guys are doing it. So nyani do this for our sake. So do this for our sake. What generation? I mean, 40 years was saying you were na 40. So nyani what keep a certain level of decorum. Conversation I feel very educative instead of name calling. So Nii Armah Okpah, uncle, ofane bami konika benani watch a wise man wabani.
Wise. No, boy, I can wall you each. What is good for me? She a cafe months or your tea. That is quality now in town. But I can be that. Neke Sanini or you are ye ruling now, ye Kotri. Jaja Manuko. Mintoni akandi ake rule onalu koni waje or argumentation no ni tete
right
the last page moreover like I jame pe no kan kabashina be
okay
na fana me
okay again moreover the plaintiff has not been able to establish that there is an entity known as the Korle Stool on whose behalf he purports to act. The plaintiff not having been able on the balance of the probabilities to establish proof is capacity, the court finds the writ a nullity and same is struck out.
Yo, common purported to act. Blamomi Gamiam on purported to act. Moreover, on behalf, he purported.
Purport. Well, listeners, I mean, I don't know the word for purport, but moko tumoni if no go nesa if it no go tumo if amokoni you are purporting like you are doing something right
purported to act. The plaintiff niji Korle Romo if blofo na ko ekome lachla no ko to no musani ehye je den cheke efe no ko ni ebe na kai egbe ni capacity eke proof is capacity ebe capacity no kele ke wa ke aye ga Gbese Korle je nto ni ke bo ke ofe no ko no be na kai egbe nyeme ti wo onamloko bi aminyeche si no ba yue ne o yue onamloko sane nyenye Genesis fe nye onamloko mi nyenye bami na je Gbese sisi nyenye bami si onamloko ji ani ne mena ke jinshi dani Korle nye baba mi kabasi bi ane na monye ke ji owusu wa ite wa smi kamo ma bi ni abutwe me ni Korle we bi nye ke ji owusu ni nye ke nye small na monye ke ji owusu
okay. Ni tete o jere.
Be
nke ba akeshi. Ruling na you is anie. What was it about? Was it a case between Gbese and Korle? Or was a case between many men and Jushpon Wakawa Mohammed? Now make okay, and by settle because Jenny and Messama at the courts,
right,
challenging our capacity. She rather but a caution owner. What the born wa mole. No me Nelson Kofi Dia be lawyer.
Right.
They can you form delay or near Quenny and then I'm a least book. No be make a attaching. In the process, then Nelson Kofi if Jamie. Owner. If I like a money, she say, huh?
Right.
Yanyaji Nii Gbese. No ne balakashi we agree on a certain figure number in the regularization. So I don't know Nii Gbese by joining case. Over the years there, Korle Wulomo a capacity to sue and be sued. Apart from Korle Wulomo, anya sama mokodon kaya shukonsani. Korle Wulomo le pen abasama na samale. That's one. Korle Wulomo over over hundreds of years no yin le sign your bulu ni gamanche Gbese manche witness so in waka me ko top on the line ni choni says yes ni we e ke ja ala jo e bia me na wo aru na kwe Gbese gbene ni Korle Wulomo le ji woni wo aru na kwe manche ya ni ne wo ka bata jame de ba na fa I think a history. Okay,
Uncle, if I mute mo e ko ni ke show no ke ko gbele onu. Uncle, if I mute mo e ke show no ke ko gbele.
Effect on where I say one by him. In 1898, I think declaration. You about who soon? Baby, I can make college more.
Right.
You about who soon? Who soon track? Who soon your Jamestown Shona? You sat up. It has been several judgments. The last was 1908 and 1904. Which one can in the fair at night, Busumpi versus Mate and others.
Yeah.
Now the whole land belongs to Holy Land. Check.
Yeah. Me Busumpi versus Mate. Yeah.
Exactly. After the land was Gbese land.
Yeah.
Ni Gbese bi eden che okanja gbeke Korle Wulomo hale shikon ejame ona ni efe di no you ake le Armah Okpah shia na yo me podenche wo woke ha me woke ha na ba ma Gbese palace shia woke ha ke woke na me njeme shaka na Gbese palace ni Gbese manche den amesa me pay wo £5 ke shikon woke ha me ka shikon Gbese ke fita wo Gbese pay wo ko hale shikon. Okay, let me come back to 1898. Declaration we made. We chose boundaries. 1898 declaration act. The Jamestown Gbese tapapime. Chukwu je fe wo no mi. The Gbese manche attested. Okanike yodase.
Right.
Okanja. Gamanche takita le yodase. Akelele wo no mi.
Right.
Eje no se kwaka okay ha. Odase ameyo. Gbese manche alo gamanche ko ha ko le ha share as a principal and in there never over the years it was been a Korle
one okay yeah no
yes you are cash ko ha aja me dwen ko enyo na me Korle ko me
right
na kan yo kan ko ade yi no ko chake ko ka cash ko ha we kunyo de ko je na ho ha le manya nke ha ni di mo ko ni ne permission need Gbese manche alo gamanche
right
na faji beni gbeja no toyo no ko na create ni say na fe na for the past few a decade baba create the can be ne ona ni gba na oji ni awo ya no kwali money mo mali e ka ya no kwali mi na no kwali yo woji ye ni woji e ke o ko aso ba shi ne ke woji ne ho ke judgment they are create res judicata ka ke res judicata no challenge don e ke free cancer no ba ya ke just a ruling I have to in the appeal court no okay you're going to stand on that why rely on that no it's not done
okay
ruling so, when you are kashi Korle Wulomo je ne kashi asani kendo ko e bi manche me
right that is okay so I'm a kind of reliefs ni plaintiff ne manage numo kan amend as part of Nii Gbese join in a belief ni judgment seek to address both way. Again, a declaration that the Gbese and Korle Stools are allodial title owners of the land in dispute. 2, recovery of all that piece of parcel of land with an approximate area of 0.25 acres situate, lying and being at Okanshi in the central district of Accra and currently being encroached upon by the defendant. The first defendant. 3.
No, it wasn't between us and Gbese.
Right.
Encroach on the land.
Right. So 3, an order for the demolition of a story building under construction on the land in dispute. Number 4, perpetual injunction restraining the defendant, whether by himself, agents, representatives, workmen, or whosoever, from intermeddling with the land. At the close of pleadings, so at the close of the pleadings, the following were the issues that were set down for determination. So I guess no need defendant say I'm a trial now make a bar. This is what was agreed. Akeshi atau neke lawsuit ne established. Now, number 1, whether or not the Korle Wulomo is mandated to sue and be sued on behalf of the Gbese and Korle Stools. So this is the first thing I established, whether Korle Wulomo is mandated to sue and be sued on behalf of the Gbese and Korle Stools. B, whether or not Gbese and Korle Stools have been adjudged exclusive owners of the land at and beyond the land in dispute. C, whether or not defendant's vendor, Nii Tete, or his family are allodial owners of the land in dispute. D, whether or not the activities of the defendant on the land in dispute are fraudulent. Whether or not plaintiff is entitled to the reliefs endorsed in the writ of summons. Now, whether or not Korle Wulomo is mandated to sue and be sued on behalf of the Gbese and Korle Stools. B, G, whether or not, be very, very critical. Okay, whether or not all Gbese stool lands are also stool lands. Whether or not Korle is a stool. So, JJ sort out to explain, they make it clear. Whether or not Gbese Shipojin Fe stool lands. Whether Korle is a stool by itself. Whether or not the plaintiff is the Korle Wulomo. Whether or not Gastu as an interested in Okanshi land, any other issues arising out of the pleadings. So, the judge sought to establish whether Ake Korle is a stool by itself. Whether or not Gbese Shikmo GFA Gambia Nomi Gastu lands, and whether or not Korle Wulomo is clothed with the authority to sue and be sued on behalf of Gbese and Korle Stools. Now, mini jino ni ja yeke ani wakane eko nkoni mambie anu shishuduba. Again, however, the court set down the preliminary issue relating to the capacity of the plaintiff to be determined through a mini trial. The challenge to the capacity of the plaintiff to mount this action has been launched by the second defendant. So, the Gbese Paramount Stool now I'm about join the lawsuit and I'm a mount challenge against Numo Okai, whether the capacity to sue and be sued on behalf of the stools. Now, in statement of defense, when he averred that not only is there no stool known as Gbese Korle, which owns land at Okanshi in Accra, but that there is no Korle stool in existence, and further, that the plaintiff is not the proper party to have issued out the instant writ of summons for the relief. So the second defendant, which was Gbese Stool and Kenogwake, Abenoko na chole Korle Stool, ni amebe ewale, ni amebanya amesiu on behalf of the gang, Gbese and Korle entity and now created. Now, Minijinoni JJ findy. Awash, it is a cardinal rule of evidence that he who asserts must prove his case by producing the required evidence of the facts in issue. In this endeavor thereof, as the plaintiff been able to prove that he has the requisite capacity to sue, so with everything there, and plaintiff prove and no more kind represent Korle way. The plaintiff's claim is that the action he has commenced is on behalf of the gang, Gbese and Korle Stools. The question then is, does the plaintiff have the requisite capacity to sue for and on behalf of these three stools? Again, is the plaintiff as the Korle Wulomo a stool? So once again, the judge will be is the plaintiff as the Korle Wulomo, is it a stool and does have the consent and concurrence of the principal elders of the stools to sue in their names? A caretaker or other person appointed by a council of stool elders may sue and be sued. A plaintiff who sues as a representative of a stool assumes that uncle, mute call onu can't be like a mute him. Uncle, mute more can't be like obani. All right. Now, a plaintiff who sues as a representative of a stool assumes the burden of proving that he is the regent or caretaker of the stool, especially when the representation fails to appear or appears but denies its capacity. The plaintiff's counsel, BNA very critical. The plaintiff's counsel, in his written address, buttressed his argument with a number of decided cases. But what is decided from these cases is that none stated specifically that the plaintiff can sue in his own right without the consent of the two stools. Yeah. Meanwhile, so once again, I established Maya no koni obanyo juba. Mean tani man be an case anyway you or no one in taking time mean can be a fan juba. Now, the next one. From the totality of the evidence available to me, I find that the plaintiff has not been able to prove what he asserts, that he has the capacity to sue for and on behalf of the stools in question. Apart from the fact that the plaintiff has not been able to establish the capacity to institute this action on behalf of the three stools, he has not been able to establish that he has been clothed with the sole right to sue and be sued on behalf of the three stools. In the original writ and statement of claim issued by him, he averred that the three stools were the allodial owners of the land in dispute and that he was the caretaker with interest over the gang, Gbese and Korle Stool property. However, the second defendant, the Gbese Stool, is claiming is challenging that capacity. It must be noted that the plaintiff never pleaded that he had been authorized by the three stools to commence the action, but averred that he had by custom been acting for them. However, all the cases he provided in support of his claim that he has the capacity have only been recognized the co-ownership of the stools in question, but have not stated or recognized one part of the three stools as having been clothed with the sole authority to sue or be sued on their collective belief. Moreover, before. Moreover, the plaintiff has not been able to establish that there is an entity known as the Korle Stool on whose behalf he purports to act. Mr. Weissman, once again, appeal more, but in this particular section, or sue on behalf of a stool known as Korle Stool. First of all, you've not been able to establish there is a stool call Korle Stool. So mini suit to kebamo.
Need to radon.
Mhm.
What I we're young judges.
Mhm.
We're young judges.
Mhm.
Ni ame experience care bale neke sanji memejine.
Right.
The issue of capacity of the color, I established and it's res judicata. What that means.
Right.
Yeah, men they are no. Can't res judicata. Anya challenge you down. Because the case ne a JCBU, they take Cotago, they take Conon, I only take privy council, they London,
right.
The world not been at the privy council, and they privy council, or no challenge you down.
Right. Yeah.
The Congomerian consolidated case, Korle, that was a Korle case.
Yeah.
I can tell lawyers, fair lawyers, Ghana. The law ni back lawyer con not call the law for the just back because back at many years.
Yeah.
The capacity of the colleague more I established when I share economic challenge in care actually rest to the cast.
Yeah.
A legal term.
Yeah.
They were not near. Now, about not dodge conale. They are failed to even ruling it's not clear. It's not here there. The fake affair by appeal court there. What the appeal court there?
Right.
The not care what appeal court then was the pay. I'm from Odia
so Jane family, Shama family.
Me never asked for our favor. I think it was from Miami.
Okay.
Me, what kind of all the evidence that we need? It's not one judge, never a year, Trinas, and here. I can't judge judges. Now, make I mean, not any time. You can't appeal court judges say that you look like not in the case of
right.
There is no way judge you look like send back I can't buy you. Benny Menele. But you feel now a judge. For some funny reason, Kake, if you know, Onake, a no shishi, a little shishi.
Right.
I look and let the consider case
Olujoba
case privy council I no share no na yomo ni shwe asane shwe case yake na yomo na kan fio kaji moko aye saneko they can't judge video ko yen ko na yomo no benye matai
right
sure
yeah
for some funny reason yeah shwe case alo wa me chair for asane shaka ni na yomo ntai don
right.
She actually they they wanted their way. Come on, if I want to appeal court.
Right.
Kono Park is going to see the
okay. All right. Ani Nii Armah Okpah me feel. Right. Yeah. Ofane wise man. Ofane Ani Nii Armah Okpah me feel. Ebi keko channel. Yeah, Papa. Yeah, no.
Yes, no canon no yes.
Okay.
I shall therefore rule.
Okay, I shall therefore rule that the plaintiff, whose very authority to mount this action has been challenged by a party on whose behalf he claims to act, is a clear indication that he lacks the consent and concurrence of the party to mount the action on its behalf.
Yeah. Only any technical women. Yeah, long. They need I achieve and go like here. Onaka dia feel clear is an equally represent Stu say
yeah they represent an interest
power of power I need a power of attorney ni naka many me halaka power of attorney efe moko bero yi
it's not but we
wise man no fan na egbe na keko ba mi ke egbe na ma no ba mi onu ane
naka egbe me ni ha power of attorney Ashifi and Golaki, they are no more alive.
Right.
No, can let me no I spoke Saneko. Namu is Anoba. It's a nobody like Gbese Manche.
Right.
Kega Manche, but the claim Nile. I mean, Agbene Onaka in Kabaka court we once morning war. Sadia she neighbor me only take a time and Qualiake. Kebo. Ni oyone no fe power factor ni ke hamuku ni obe power factor ni batuni
dabi it dies with the person egbo
no ne yo de anele ake e wale la ke ha mi asifi angola ti Ne you are SOS na ba atoni ego che si na me kan chuni bi ko me ni mo ko bi mo ko sane wo e na ni ake eyen na kai wale me ne no Korle wo e atwa ite port ba ne na ake because of atoni egbo mo ko bi amesani no amenani ake yesterday they are power shimene want to work under the regime of Dr. Nii Armah Okpah. That mandate had been cancelled. No one challenge your capacity. The court,
right. Wise man, ofa ne bami.
Okay. Ni tete. Injin Kebake. 1898.
Yeah.
Korle Wulomo. Then
right.
A fair declaration.
Yeah.
Jamestown Shona. Gbese start apapin specifically Brekusu. Ekeshmo jefe. Ni Okanja. The audacity.
Right.
Okanja no me la keshmo jefe fele ba wo power attorney no na kan be ami. Okay. Gamanche. Ekit le audacity. Akelele in the Korle Wulomo yana kan bena. No asanfa. Be ami no keshia ha amo pami. Any amo pende yo be amo ka machine ha me. Ni shi kwa me and I'm a power of attorney was our one share wa ha wa share wa ha me. Ona ni bi ekomani agbeni ama educate la ba de ke kokomemi consolidated case. Mini ban. Gbese fefe le no le fi ona na me fe na kan na am ke shko jan ha to pa bi for farming. No ni hani ate ne ke adabraka kokomemle. Gbese bi e ke shko ha to pa bi na ke fe farming.
Right.
Along the line ni ma ko ngbele mo na me boy atopa bi e boy homo. No he what is what can make court.
Right.
Ni bi not a court Gbese bi ama support atopa bi ona bi palake le Korle Stool etele solo. Based on that kind declaration you went together. So me as an Islam nya afia ko me be.
Right.
The black wa fe ko me ko. No Gbese Korle in 1898.
Right.
They were in Nipia Kume, no, they turn a hamper of attorney. One need the power of attorney. God, the power of ascension, and the amount of attorney 1898.
Right.
If a special temple, no cash for harmony, if I should point more dear, or hamper of attorney, you spoil more. She could be basically a to type be. What this way say, I may go. Because you fail also be. Yeah. Call it. They were like you ask my power on here. It's not a here. I mean, yeah, no calling it. I'm making out to be no hey, I made it. I can I can declaration of the you are okay. Why am I like going to call here? No, the girl to call she Moko how of power of attorney. No, in case you put the Okpah Bokume, ni de no koni won ho. One need Gamata no Gbese manche. She catch Okpah can hakra na can go. Now let's go back to Donny Honey, a dweller on the ruling in a honey. Gay working what he court. Because of all that, Kenoku kept Moko Koshipon, Korle no one in the beginning of our court, Keg Bena, Keg Gbese manche, Keg Gamanche, the Keneke, the Fanya, Nakayale, Nakatele for yes. They came out for the first time in history. They came out with something like, well, somebody has to be overlord, somebody has to be superior. No, they are claiming no, it's not going to be me. There's not been Gbese so. There's not been nothing like that. She actually
wise man, ya no.
Abanyamale Ghana Malacha actually pale. Yes, afami ega. She die ega. She name banye semba na ake na kan fio. Ka male eke aba nie mia nke twan kwale e ka twan male abushi. Me imba ba male no ni nle no ni na no ma yue. Nke no ko dem. Ni huwe na you aba Korle do door na ke ni na Korle do door agbogbo kan bi efe wo be man che me fe Korle land aye sanji bi ni Gbese be mi na ka ene chon shi ni nka no ni pa shi boji nka shi ami na yo wo ka ha mi
right
be no ka ha black shi da mi no
yeah
you stand woman you
e o fa ne ba mi
le tu le go ani numo kan ha ko le power factor ni
wise man and in numo kan e abo power of attorney
both way ona ka
abo power factor no answer keke o answer no keke
ko ne channel
ni tete both way
yeah
no benani numo kan yo ming benani ni ke hale
she be an electana so and e abo power of attorney yes or no
fair enough
abo lo
ni kama ni loko because I have the capacity. I need the power of attorney. Obi misa Obi misa. No more.
What person people in can no more can have power of attorney lo.
Yes or no? Me have to Kemba.
Yes or no? Only man here.
No ne bane fele nubo kan le fe le ani mene ekwo Gbese ba check this ye ni yes le fe ya ke nubo kan mi ni ngo le ni kele na misunderstanding ye le fe akashi ba to nu ehie le kete ya fita Gbese na ani le ashwe kole hi ashi
dabi she no
na because of ele le dumo she me
no be have power of attorney
no na ka ba nubo kan have to be power of attorney.
Oh,
Papa.
Papa.
Be I mean now no kan.
No aje koji pa wo fe na me ko.
O send no ko wa mi.
Be I mean now no kan.
Je koji pa.
Be I mean now no kan.
Screen no. Can me screen no ni je koji pa.
O fa na eje na. O fa na eje. Uncle o fa na eje na. Onu.
Be I mean ni ngoko no kan. Be I mean woko no more kind.
Right.
Me have a power in summer on the behalf of all the three schools.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the white.
With what capacity?
Then I had the capacity to be sued.
Oh, capacity. No me to mo ni mene o fi
Armah Okpah ole na kan ole office. Think
she no me je man je
ni sama ni sama. That in I had the capacity.
Osama know your base.
Suit.
Papa. Papa.
Question ni bile hako mi answer yi.
Right.
Ake numo kai e hako le power of attorney lo.
Okay.
Numo kind paper of attorney enyo. She be like na kind polo and ba mo jamelo mi yue kemba
dabi je court sale mi be like numo kind e hako power of attorney lo.
Court ma jina be ma jina.
Uncle Fanane, Uncle Boy, not trial and AJ now, whichever way Bassimo AJ now, boy, not trial. Right. Papa.
Yeah, me, na sa to my wulan kan small wulan.
Right.
No me who me in summer na summer for 4 years in summer na summer.
Right.
Ni akani na ayu akani small ashino baby nyake asan mekwa angashino because court na mojibo na ite wise man asmo na kan okay the balake be nke wo mo call ni wo mo call ye case say ko me ni balake na ke court case ne na court case balake ya court don basani mekwa ha ni admoshi hale ona they were a paper of attorney hami ke ni shipi Gbese shipie.
Okay.
She fake me used to copa paper of attorney. She used to coda cafe no da.
So in which capacity no me oya court say no fi on the cases ne?
No me ya as a caretaker of the Gbese Korle.
Namo clothes but with that authority.
Then the Gbese manche and then the gamanche.
Make Gbese manche and the clothes but with that authority. Abofun, okay. Ke me gamancha uni clothes bo. Me gamancha un fitai.
No me Gamache say kwelo Nii Ashong no me your choko.
Okay. Uncle, find it. Uncle, find it. Hold on. I need be na gama no ba me. Uncle, find it na tree. I need ba me.
Record no no fear no ba you make sure ke what's ko kesa ni ba but no you like about actually
But we
no
entangle in there no based on the ruling.
Oh, that me tell no okay sure I can really no challenge the rule you no ko okay judge is neighbor but we okay judge neighbor yo
Papa Chairman over okay Papa me find me buy one at a time
one day about subpoenas
internet no abanya download le anytime
internet no abanya ape no
tani bi ona
eya ke no mo dey touch dey you agency ke judge say ko me ame afi new judges no na rule na to na ne judge le do mene is on record no dey be you indict le den che sania na you go ke o use all capacity no ke fi ni bi ko me
no afana wa feel clear again Nii Agbofu have a power of attorney
no be how old is he then
how old is who
you how old are you
na can time no ahabo na can power of attorney na can chon
57 that was 25 years ago
that was 25 years ago
but no you all can be a share because nyenye can be babu akuta no be famous sure but no you all can akuta be share
Papa
we are not staying focused
so no sanefe one at a time yeah uncle boy not ani make a case like but what about me
about we GT no this money no abaji any jet and ni sile ewe money be you e fe lesani ekake agency ke judge sesani ke ekome
uncle boy not boy that is a secondary matter boy not
ema aka mi shin yakwe shin no ne be you on e to ake esanima ya ni yakọ do na ke kuncho eje
uncle please speak uncle nachi na what can I get me Dabi uncle uncle over nachi like I said tomobeni lay ground say before uncle
you see on problem wa yo to be you gamen nekeni na echake as long as the echake kaji bokoni any check bokoni no ahia egbo there na ba fit agbo and that is typical with you Nii Armah Okpah ole afi ekome na ahia ni egbodi shows money kegbo nko ke amowe o anu afi agbo
Dabi because you ain't can agbe right. No, he was right. And goes and you are right.
I'll make Gbese man right.
No, you are he was right. Korle way. I have to tell you straight. You are Korle. But we Korle I'm not going to face.
But we no ni baba you again.
They are the same as Korle with people. So at this point, it doesn't really matter.
But we
oh, okay, Korle no, wise man. No me teacher meeting. No me Korle we be a teacher meeting. No me Korle we be a Korle we still. Me history me wabanye wakande na kind of ye.
Margaret Jailfield, find out.
Okay, I have that book. I'll read it because a consolidated case said no ni judge capture Jacob Onomrokobie was part of the Gbese Nii Armah ni as part of onomroko bi ama find ne ke ni ama me discover Korle na me na 2 pots na me woketi. So it is interesting aka okay aye Korle we before onomroko.
Aye Korle we bi kra ni onomroko bi ba.
No ke MJ field wolo emi.
Inke aye Korle we bi na ni Gbese bi ba.
No me try okay no kake no chono kake MJ field wolo emi because I have the book.
Inke aye kra na ni onomroko bi ba. Onomroko amapsta we o mapsta mi.
So Keji, Uncle Wise, over that by way of education, that be I understand, but anima people nike. Keji, Korle we be over the nyena trida, nyeka trada, alaji over the katrada, over the kawagbe na manotra. Keji Korle we be ye. No mimi wake no mi te fete na tra me Korle we because aje egwa badana bani na Korle. So ka me your mu te fete na be an actual me Korle we. Me jam original be. Because they cannot be called Korle we ni aje ko na aba na Korle. They should have a name. Can you lela me your mu?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it myself.
Okay.
And I'll send it to you for you to put them there.
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry fire no question. Neke ruling na keba.
Right.
In the one ajeje wo July can be it has nothing to do with Gbese and Korle. Rather it was Moko Boneba Koshipon.
Right.
In what the corner Irish more. This only Gbese ever fit our here. He fit more.
Right.
What I've been enjoying. Me, I can nakai. That is the trend. I mean,
no, you are dear. Bono te kote oke boji money ko ni property and na kan ya bo both way. Tite. Kan mo ame ni na averment hale. No both way. No Korle we say.
Yeah.
There's
kan mo mo hale le both way.
Working pi eba.
Mhm.
Ruling there. It's some I don't want to base on the ruling.
Right. Right. Cheme, you know what we have to do? Like I said, ruling there, I appeal, right? Appellate court, right? So, the finality of this whole thing, if I go through the courts, ke agbena bia no wata mani nyefenyele mama tabia makane fe manye nyeka yanye twi so bia na benyele there is an entanglement between the two parties ke etemi as far as you know Uncle Wise maybe ji be ni nyeba chesane yeseko because Uncle ke akenye nye fix nye return nye fixiko ke batabia ni. So on your part, what do you know about appeal any ni bi ehye Uncle Wise, Papa.
Bank ever question. In pays few because the money as an defend the Korle way. I'm a parfait kome. Kone ye against Korle way.
Oh.
Non cobwe.
Inyami. No, you are Jenkoji Pehan Bogotwe. Okay, Moko wo sandem ni o evidence here.
And calling you all.
And call you all.
Only I can know you are power of fat on the back if I would. Power of fat on here. No, take our body. Back at Dokuba Nabu.
Dabi, boy, Tano, you are more than that.
In Kelena misunderstanding.
Koni mina fe ole oto no le no ne ba na mi
no ba na bu
dabi oto no le no ne ba
na ba court bomoni ne ba court o kele nya nya ta she ko me minta one side
Papa playing smart but not being clever doku like level to doku ne ba ngo asifi and go like wulu agbo noni aton gashi kamo keni bi asen lerenche ikabam koni mi ya yu aka lele exchange eteni lakan mene noni to market bole le never ni na mi noni ke mi market di mba support ake ni ke ake send ye tenin she can the wolu ami wolu ake mi ake send tenin nene no ni ko ne ina feel ni film ina kole abo you ake kole de nche kenani you le kaye afiye ikalina she kenani bo you anukwale ni kaye afiye le we kalina
I distance myself from the Kemanya Yemo, and the Kemanya Yemo, I distance myself from that. I'm playing in there, but I'm not smart.
No, you are playing on my intelligence. I get back. Doku don't try to you support me. She mean Kebu, boy, Oko Gbese ni BP, Bodanjo, me. Onako
Chame, Uncle Wise. Chame, if you're not what Beno from trying to educate our people to trying to settle personal scores. So Papa. Right. Right.
See, dokumala sanine you dokumala lemon noni nkele ne na ke no bomo no badu mosia kole kole abo power factory ni boden che o ke gbese tipi jibo na ke ga gbese kole na mo representer iti na kan wolu nke abo ke fan screen no na
right. I mean candy so
factory ne ke ha me e ma ga gbese kole no mo
send the power of attorney. Sandy. Okay, ya boje. I'm a boje. Mo min kwa attack idea.
Need to for one thing.
Right.
Is to clarify.
Right. That's fine. If I come attack, I need send in the show.
Yeah, distance myself from that.
Right.
The issue is 1,000.
Right.
But Jamaica do say no one when I job in Manche. She no to can you Gbese bi omupa
right.
She na kwa mi womeji oblayin ni o ma kwese one atomoko bo na ka no ko lewu eto na echo le on le omeji oblayin ni o jeme she gbeda ni no jino ni ajaje
right
ni sisi ni mo ba no one me no ba that ni no wo
she Niama papa one time come fe mo ni ba come fe wo for that wo okay one time come fe mo ni bo jaje na kai
de go to je na kaji sane no to no mi se bi ane okay wo sia ye ko lewe bi e ke ha aloje na ko mi bi ane
Charlie.
Yeah. He did say that. Uncle Wise. Uncle. India Uncle Wise. But someone still but Uncle Wise. So someone but our final words. Koni Oshino. But someone fine. Koni we keep the discussion going. But someone Uncle Wise. If I not mute it. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Uncle Wise. Yeah, all right. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, Papa.
Opening. Ake was Niji ayolushia yeni ona yo kona na kanswa yo kona na kanswa papa sia expo ama meke ha is on record aloje na
yeah you na expo ana amale Gbese akefe Gbese Palace Gbese Manche Palace yeah
from the records nekeno mene wolone ni ke habone yeah,
Niji CC Randolph Wolwe. Yeah. Call it watching low watching yeah.
The art of watching
Nana Korle she Korle Bemeni or Jeme they were the on people.
Out of war, Nana Korle
Ulomo. Yes, Nana Korle Ulomo. Yes, out of the war. Yes.
Mo keji fa ye agboglushi. Fa na yo Korle na yo e agboglushi. Ni fa ye job na agboglushi mo ba take ko ma gbe. Mini direction ya.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is why Makwe MJ Field will lose me, because clearly no capture your court chono kwake on Namrokobi, they were part of the Gbese people na je ayawasu na ba. But biane watch Uncle Wiseman chono kwake Korle we be ame yomo before on Namrokobi. So that's very, very interesting.
Let's take it down.
Yeah.
Let's take it down. For the records. No can the declaration no can here.
Yeah.
Anyway, Gbese sani. Beni ayata fe Gbese.
Yes, Gbese, yes.
Wo ka wo yi no bi ne. Ni wo ba wa ka shi ayega Gbese Korle. Mi no na ka ta mi ni declaration ba ba no. ESF na ya ayu Gbese Korle.
Right. Right. Sounds good. Yeah,
Nibi ni wo yo. Me ko me sumo ni wo ba wo se bi ankwale.
Right.
Office ni wo yen Jema Waji. Kasi sa office. Ni me ko me ka me la Gbese. Tutu ko egbe mo la ke fi okusun. Ni na atake mi awon ni me ne ba sele wo keto kenibi. To kenibi na ke fi okusun. Be me ko ma bi ni.
Yeah.
No, is it good? Tola, ma fe kusu ni di anukwale.
Dabi.
Ro ga gbene ni mo ko batashi ni mi nkebo ni bo rushi na ti court ni ko je bo ele ahabo power factor ni na odi.
Right.
Ni law more than the substantive law more than ni bo kebo wo le denche enye ke court alo enye convict court obo ka jeje new judge ni obe. Is it correct?
All right, sounds good. Atama bibio ovane bami.
Oh, Titi. Number on double shoe, I get in what room now when I fata way can I get you money. I been that will fail Mokoshi, Nimen Retrane, and I be in the home if I fata way can I get you money. When you mean IT wise, manager, I told IT wise, me a bit as IT wise.
That's right.
No, on fellowship, I can mean about Libya, get out. Some of any we anyway been come fe mo jino ning meneng re try no fe water wo e fe mi awon to ake pa che wo son kokko gbaji na cho yemi ato kan ye wo son mi gbo mo re nche Gbese ngege me because mami ato le na tele yo ato mami na tele ye che ko me akai me na kai me ato mi e fatalo mi nche mi e fatalo ato le saka no ye Gbese me teacher red ni face teacher red ni yokurupa ye so ngana iche ko ni eni ato lo ka te ona so tani ya no inye gbana le fe mere ho ni fio anu ko ni fio bia ni age so ni wo nye wotashi mini wo nye wotashi age nyeme wotashi ni ke bo bia ni I feel pay the songman imami ba every month eba pay songman starting this imami net tele since net like I told mami net tele net eba pay da neje they don't think what about songman na about 4 years let don't know I afi about 4 and no 4 years songman na me eba when you want to come neighbor, you know what I see what you commit. Neighbor, you know what way. I can't Mokobena, Mokobena commit, what time the more. If there you are begging. No, what that? You no, I say, well, you want
Pinche. Mama mi feel ma.
But me
Somewhere na ye Gbese mi ni no chumo.
Obviously, minnu le diage asafache, aga asafache onupa, jemeji any awoi.
Nakai no awoi so ni ne somewhere na. Si Korle we le omi no le na mi feel ye Gbese.
No lenye. Don't potera
No Gbese I 1941 aja mo fia mo ke luchu mo e. Ni mo fia mo ko mlami. Mo fia mo ke luchu mo ke mo fia mo ko mlami. Singmene Korle awole aka awa ke sa ri ne emene asene ke ba.
Yeah.
Sa ko to si.
Yeah.
Ni mene kele le mo e ha Gbese Manchester. Gbese Manchester ne ke ma spawn ne ke ma Gbese Palace. Na ama ye ikokuru nche oba kabo e ba ngona.
Davi.
Yeah. No koke e ke afi ko me na nukwale be mi abanya afi ko me.
Onage, uncle, that is why I've always had a problem, Akeshi. Over the years, the Gbese Korle Stool Nokwe entity is been established within the law courts. So, the problem is, and clearly so, history support or no you are. Why is it that? What you mean?
Acho anukwale hin abusieche. Ona nke bu ake office ni mi tana ngbede. Ona ke okola ko be ba defend me.
Right.
Ike Gbese Manchester in my letter omokete agoglushi. Ni mi Manchester I'm not part of it. No, how do I defend that letter?
Right.
The legal structures sikaji atele no beni awoko Manchester bi ni amaho rom ametola keje beni afomi ayolo na metola ke ba ho na ba fi okusun e chake ko yi ameni ogbete lo le ba wa e bi na ma o ke amafi amekusun ko bi amison
right
sigmene ke ba ke spon le no ni demeji problem
right
ora ni no chieftaincy attack mo fi am na wo bo Manchester je 2008 no na fi attack the keka wo Manchester no piano ni your small no mi na mo no
bonomi yo shishi
no kele ni ji Manchester ni aguglushi o fa ni oje na mo no ni
yo shishi
no kabi onyo yin shishi o kemi akoke papa aja ni irayin
Dabi. Atalante Bami. Nilante ane o TV volume abashi kono wi.
Reduce volume. Ago nyemeke cheme ni meke na me nga mo fem. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Kenklen mada papa ashi. Then fata ye second time no kele na Sunday ba ke egbe amine ji echon ni agbenele nwe mada wonyemi nu ne ji wise man le mo be ne echon ye ne yue eke de ba ko pan o timene yele no go 2024 kenyi no go kenyi ba kai 2025 ko be di ma wonti e ba che bu fe bu ko fe o ba na no kwale mi o to me no ni na gino 2026 Obama ka fair no ni first thing to ma be in party yes ba me ba o fa bi nu leland elam bi o no ni permit to ma be yes pa ndi na yue ke ba fe blema beginning ni o ba je jo mo nse wonyi mi nu ni tete tv e ka bo yue ni wona wole ake awo mante wo be mante sha ke wulo mo di money yo wulo mo di money yo de me wo be mante fine wo be ke bi wo le ni ba na awo mante ba no ke ti ane sanye na agba ya ke ba na se to me understanding ke documents ni tete e ke chon ke ni bi e ni bi ane ni mante ma sane ba me ina wulo mo ake legi kama number 1 legi wo manche no sande na pakete ke ba fe ke noni wonyemi nuwe ni ti wise man la unbe ba we noni mi in bia mi ni to ma fa pe ti in pa ye si ba mi ake so many years ne samasia alo akuchombie efemi dani ni neti Korle bie amebo me call ejo fine sorry awie na ke amebo ame di caretaker if you tell the caretaker go call ni ejo ni nyemebo ni di one say ne call 11 ni atasia so many years many aka nu e won because of katamanso problem ne ni wonu wa e won shi ke be ke di na fe agbene tu lewe no ni tu o ma yue peji wo ma ba ni blema be de kati na ye o wonye wo fe ko be si be de e ba ba je ka ko ji ka ni bi e ba ka ni bi no ni pe ni tu o ma yue peji money ba ke wa ke sorry to use this word book don't lie book e lie o book wo lo ma le o wo lo e ma le o je wo lo e ko fe ko ja pali ni wonye ni ni the wise man na le ake lele wo fe no ra brochi e wole diaspora tie keni ba yu anfale wo si bon saki woni bi ko me wo ka ya court ni bi amelake be se be ni jo oba fa oba ya no wo ga die ani ameyo ka mi ke isu ko ke ske ya no wo mi ebe bi si woni wonye mi nu ebe ba yu e mi domono no ni Tony no kwate ke 100 years 150 years ni dada awon akesa ni en ti awon na ke UK ni UK bi e wo mi no bia ni e bale ake problem e ba e put to statement ko le e kem no bi e mo ne yi osane ni ti lawyer egbo ni wo lawyer koklo no lawyer koklo ni aye sorry ni panify mi injo lawyer say ni Ghana ihe bukumukumuko ye no mi je wo lo fe wo lo ketu ni e ka ke wo lo fe wo lo mu e no ji je ja no kwale no ni babu kan ye fe na wonye mi nu wise man e ka le di money for sana wo le wulo mu si issue to me ke bibie ba wo le be no wo ga me wo yo alo wo le be no wo Africans wo yo obana ni nkasi ne mi se o bie tutu to sane ne na yo wo ye nu si e ka mi nkwa ye ni bi ko mai e ka mi nkwa ni no ni Mr. Wise Man won no le shi obana ke bale na ka mi no wonye wo fe ko be ko ni wa he ni be ka ja ko ade no ba kasi no wo den te wo ye wo sane because ni aja ke be maton so many years ni aja me ne bona ke dia ma me yo ni e bu any ke impa o fa ni peri ko ma bi ti Korle ye dey that kataman so wo alo wo ga me dan wo ba set Korle to mo dan wo ba no pen tu o ma ti
all right
ni pe ma ke wo ye ma je wo lo ma li o anybody ba e ko le ni ke le ko ni mo ba
uncle fa hold on anemu na keke ni lante mu na ko na eji egbo
Sane komeni repeat tani eni le no ya answer
uncle natri na egbe na
one ni be ko ma shi Korle ye deme wo fe wo ba fe ko be no ma na Korle na ke no na aheka e machilo alo Korle be je leta na ni Korle ba sane engbe na
all right sounds good all right we radon uncle fa na ya
ni tete
yeah
Korle ni yo je pa wuru pa ni pa di pi ba bo ti o mi ke bo ti o to
right
wo je pa ni abani na le bien agbogbo si eni cho ne fa sort pi e ko me ko na me laje e ko ni ati amachi ama me si ame ye bi agbogbo si no Korle le afe agbo ni ke sho bacha no ni ke bo yu one baby ma ye 10 years 11 years ko na chat mo 4 o'clock e bi ene ko ba Korle na e hi che kote ne ba unka ba galo wese e kami solo agbogbo le hu ke e ko gura to le santo ke ni bi fe Fati yebie ebi kantamanto den kana you jame den che pa eje. Ora no ma balina fa sije fa balina ma.
Right.
Ke kusumi alo eje kusushia. Abi je ma wo ni fa fa ma balina le. Ni ake bo ake Korle eye ma na chola gbogbosi.
Right.
This simple message. Ma ne gbe awolegbe moko ni wolegbe. Wo kedi ma bo no. O ba ta si ni mo ba wo ke o fa fe gbe. Yino ya yino ma.
Right.
Bo ta si Korle bo no. O ta si awon ni me na wo je fe de both your wojian including land commission.
Right.
You know what we applaud to your JFA. We applaud in the name of Abubushi, no challenge you. Okay, Mantia Kafa, no, the case. Inche, Abashi Sawa, no, Nibi Komenika won't feel. Hello, Akabahabo, it's a no call of Juba.
Right.
Onaga, Ubiake, Chanine Mini on the IUAJ, no Paco, you. Chame. No bien, inchekwe pese makue. Ewo ko manchekwe ayalolo. Inchekwe pese makue. Ewo ko manchekwe ayalolo.
Right.
Ewo ko mancheye ekwe. Chi no bien ekimekes. Cha wo manchahale until nya ibote ni ba enake maenda. Ni ma is ke se bayami. One ewo manche wo bia. Wakabo ko aka wo manche yegeme Malibu. Ike Mayira document kanye Mayira Supreme Court judgment 1982. Nii Armah Okpah leke Mayira Maham 1982 na woman Mayira. It's on record. Luoke 1982 na woman Mayira. Agboglosi 2016. Woye before 2016 woye ata leba kwe Solomon se ko kwe chief listed solo ji money ko niti headman ni papa adu ayolo manche ko babi edo ko ta ayolo manche shia ko ba je it's on record ni bene ni aibote in his wisdom ewo manche ewo bi Korle we Kenya ye title Kenya ye wale ye wo manche because for so many years no nye wo manche even headman ko nye wo sinye to la iwa wo ni afi oye kusu kejeti kespo bo no ni aba na onupa solo je lo se obi isani aba papa adu no obi isani ka wo Armah Okpah na no ba challenge aka aye manche ni check your records me ba kwa bi ha Gbese neke ri ne papa adu ni chone eja adi akwa wo eja adi akwa wo esesi ye lololo you can direct dibo that was journalist jibo obanyo chumoku onye journalist ne ya je akedane you onoko is it true or false the program ne no ko
right
na kanu obanye program ne se obana no koklu no ka you no ko no to ake that's the end you have the right to investigate
naga
corona alukwali bonafeka mukombo station to ye no kama ake no fe na you station no we authority cannot no fear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Uncle Yano. Aita Goku. Ale power fatoni. Make running gang Gbese Korle at the age of 25 years.
Like a Gamanchese Kwelo at the time. Yes.
Gamanchese Kwelo. Is that the correct view? Leke wolone. Ebanye ekechuni. Me koma Gamanche. Abola bi a property. Nibo kenkwe eneno. Is it the correct? Many ninke bo you on ni ma you sani ne baba ni ke baba so na ke ike power factor ni eni Korle de ke habo
bako e kamo hebeta ke bako ini de sheko
oh ma say ni ma ne beta say
kamo ni aka ke bako
like monitor Gbese shipi Gbese ma di babo shipi title Gbese ma cha akule no kuruku ete Korle Romo je Korle Romo title de ke nye Korle Romo se mene ameke ameji memne sayon gang Gbese Korle document here land commission si Salimba Jeff ke Chua, listen, Agwama. They are the agency.
Right. I talk Dabi, I talk again. I talk before no baba mi ani Ali abami then fe make nu chumo. Mawo ofane bami. Mawo. Alia, o mute is still so one way. Okay, o bami ebene. Ya no. Noise few you say mene. Anyone I talk you at okay, you at only one bong or back owner because noise you say. I talk I find a baby.
Mimba mo fẹ́ mo de o manye ni mi ha mo fẹ́ mo mimba no mu ele ni board o manye o de ba ni sani na you oni bi den chen ye ni o de ba e ya ke bi den chen na eje sogmena eje swalaba e papa ba ni ato le millionaire ka neti e papa ba ni ato no mi sani na you oni le ye ni o de ba ye swalaba ni exactly. Me no the spokesperson ke ha swalaba ni many your man say no the bang
It's busy boy ina ejanetiam
na kai
ele ina bratini ina tole sampu
hey na kai
ni botis ni dokunete
wow. Only see I'm the bang.
Yes, I think that in Brazil. Wow. I know what I'm doing.
Yes. Yes. Nakai. No, me insane in my way, Jackie. Documents don't prove to one about you Gbese Korle Stool. Na kepi court me no they were able to prove ake ameje saying wulu they wasn't able to prove it me akeje le wulu mi le neke once you become a judge ocho lawyer dan ocho ni bi ami before you become a judge no you ka judge le no you because you as a judge you do your research what's the research why the court case go on your research do but you me. See, they weren't able to prove their case. I'm a prove it. When I bring manager, they wasn't able to prove it. No, I mean, about watch out for that kind of you are, it's not true. See, me inside the jacket, echo me famo, then preacher, echo me famo.
No, you are it's a non quality.
No, Danny Abase Ecomie, Sally and the quality Nicasie, I can messi. Danny walk Ecome Femo because what can Cassini, a jacket, no, I feel a care for Femo and land on the quality. What's there will be or be what can be continue to the generation and generation and generation. Like a baba. What can Ecome Femo can quality messi? No, man, I came in your tone, your will money. And the quality electro me penny, Jane. Oh, honey, and the quality of your pet. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Amalie ewu ehe no. Ana Amalie on enwe ebe na agbe.
Yes.
Beja anukwale ebotemi dana na Amalie ba pa. Dike anukwale ebotemi anukwale mini. E ba ya me no.
Aka ta Gbese Korle ni nete ni keje beni aboje kabashi mene afi abonu ye me. Odu na chese nko Gbese Korle senda.
Na inoko ni na shi inoko e
uncle the argument uncle the argument ni ya no ye atokan over the medan ni nke chami and the argument ni ya no chat section e ji ake keji eji anukwale ake Korle we bi ameba no ko te balete ni na ka abani eja na ameko enyo ni gan Paramount Stool ko ekomi ni Gbese ko ekomi
o studio no na keje ka ba ke wolo malio ko ba yo dia ni Moko ba yue e can defend.
I'm a town I can will any in me screen on Nina. Yano.
Ole no ko make. No mini ni naja ni Korle ba ko enu. Ni Gbese ba ko ko bi ni Kamache ba ko ko mini ni important naja.
Right.
Sani jele pe no ni important naja.
Can get Makandi I'm a town I can will any
what we don't know you end this beautiful way. Si esanana no ni aja. Ni caretaker mo ba ko enu.
Right.
Ni sponsor stu se ba ko wa. Kaji ake no mali o. No ni ani madomo bo o no panel se ko be se ne eja ke bomo a classify le caretaker. Si na aja ni le caretaker mo ba ko enu. Ni mi si a cheme wo no cheme wo ko wa. Wo ato no ni report.
Ni ke o fa impa ani chene wa fitai. Ada pane wo loko ye ni no na hawo. Ni wona wonu wo enhia ke in a 2 miles radius say Korle Kemini Gbese that 2 mile radius 2 miles.
But clearly ke follow me it goes beyond na kan koko namely consolidated cases. It clearly goes beyond it. Yep.
Okay. It goes beyond that. New question, how come a caretaker? Almost here, almost here. No, okay, I'm going to see you. Stag be no, but no, so see a child, no, tell see a child, and see a child go by the sea and a big guy like Oma. Oh, there, go down.
You find it in case, okay, Yano. Over the no, okay.
Recent ruling Leclerc is a caretaker. He is a caretaker. The latest ruling, 2016, caretaker. No, the caretaker mobana in a cow.
You find it in documenting my screen, dear sir. Administration of Lands Act 1962 Kokomlemle consolidated cases. So any Kokomlemle consolidated cases say I have to refer to your letter number S34400/219 dated the chata Shijame.
Okay, Kokomlemle consolidated cases.
Yeah.
And no ben 2 miles square me na jana
so I know fairly clear to those of you in your chat section there so animal you Administration of Land Act 1962 in my screen there no nyefenyen Kokomlemle consolidated cases, so it was very, very specific. Okay, yes. I have to refer to your letter number S34400/2 chata and dated the 11th November 1969 on the above subject, and to inform you that after consultation with my Gbese and elders of the Korle Stool, I am asked to state that 1, the Korle Stool Gbese and elders agree in total with the views expressed in paragraph 2 of the Korle Stool priest letter. Unfortunately, we don't have the letter, so we'll only letter and Taylor. But let's just deal with what we have. At least anyone now are you consolidated cases? Right. Right.
No canny. Letter.
Yeah, but no, it has some level of validity. No one can your jacket. If it's specific, the Korle Stool Gbese and elders agrees in
moko nature say without the knowledge of manchepo na ke prepare no na prepare but
our kind of thing. All profits and other monies payable as compensation for and in respect of any acquisition by the government should also be divided in accordance with custom views. So in a custom na kanji boni ekashi je na ningbla mi na ba boni ekashi jindo 2 parts to the Korle Stool, 1 part to the Paramount Stool, 1 part to the Gbese Stool, and also expressed in paragraph 3 of the Korle Stool's priest letter. Issues of money should be controlled by the land secretariat, and shares of the 3 stools. Once again, you had 3 stools, but once again, let's be fair. This letter was specific. Okay, it deal with the Kokoneme consolidated cases. After now, time Boni and Sana Jashkane, Nakanji Boni Echon, the Kokoneme consolidated cases.
Any KGJ Saneba. Ni abote miye baka bla bese ni bife
right
onaka amekasa amemo ame awo wolo kaba no Kenya ko ebo ake legislative secretary ye land commission ona letter na ni amenye ni to ake me ko me choyin edumbe omo si wo yidone inke mi da na kesen you oyi I tell you for authority no fear no na wo do e se e anu wona no ne letter na I will take it upon ourselves and give it to our lawyer to advise us the next step.
Right.
In Kebuake, me na ye me ke lawyer fit oyi.
Yeah.
Me tell you near to their own understanding.
Right.
You know now I'm machine is content of court.
Mm-hmm.
Kebuake kokomemle spoon. Ona no je se topic kokomemle consolidate.
Yeah. It was very specific.
Ake bloody ni kome. Ni me kome ewo kotu ye me kome fita ye na me nchoaka ameleni fe lawyers ona any sani e ashi no onko wa ke program ni nke bu fi o mi mla isu mo man so chon e to man so no ene me fe ma hete ko e odi it will be that patalem
right
later no ye he can lawyer
right
who very no share the lawyer agbla mi ajon
right
these people will flush them out.
Sounds good.
Papa. You won't be kuna.
Boy, I know.
Machine will go cry. That machine will go cry.
Okay.
And we piling you more up. Thinking in creating no conia, any man yes.
Okay.
Creating no.
Alia, o find a bami agbene. Malia, o find a bami.
Oh, okay. Janet. Okay. No, well, find a minga boy.
Hello.
I want to know about Obakman or you know about Eli. Agbogboshi Sani o to ke wa ke site bia minin akematan ni na ko ni benye ba ta shinu piano ni apatan ni agbogboshi e lo aloga mu
Ingbe na o gbe na eya ko asaka lo ke ko wa fita yi
ha mi anta dan ma ta ma bi no ko
ona ke ye yue mo mi no akami ake Gbese ma je ma leta ke ti je no ni cho ake achu no ko ye roje e la ya mo si ima che wulu e finally no is it clear now?
Okay, ni tane ko huni yo ni mabiji ake yo Korle ni ake aja Korle faje ken o demi beni wo fe faje na mamotin ke ni ni ha hebe na mamotin ke ni bi ma Korle faje no ani e ko na kando
enye e be for na kai si no ni mani na Korle ni di fa ke e wo spoji ni o je me government e ko ke e wale ke mla ake le ikaba fi Korle Lagoon project no ni government e ke ni me no bo manche ko be no ko fi mo for some time bona ni obano ko femo lomi aye je bi ane shike no ko te no le obanyo ro yuri si le spon ni ko ora ke me fe no ko to boni la shake ni bi no ba jo yuri shike ka spon sani le amla lo ke ni egbe ebi to mo ne
sane ko ni obi mo je o ri oya ke ti lele wo de ma wa ji Ike ye ni ye ka aka ashami ne kita ye bi onye yo aka jama wodi ame
hey yeah well I tell you with authority court one Korle kake mohale ibachuni ye pepepe egboko
Oyo
agbogbo ye je katamanto ye je men
o fa no no ko wo
obotoe
nimbo botu
ninka bo many ona asa last week la ni shai katamanto e shamu ne shamu ya no ni chone mo ebo ekebe kuno na eweku meje nkoko na abubu ake na me akwami la ni shai jeme efi alomole no ile yemi a wo you te na afi kusu na afule ro mi ni ta se no ni na cho egbe eye no ni to bo ne e wo you eke mi yue o ne ake eke nkoko
Chata
afi kusu akumo wo le ye
ke di wo ye pa di ne pe ye ni
Dabi ka pa ole o ba bi sani score o ke pa aboje woni o ke wo ye
beni jeme ete ye ni ke yo po jeme no ke ni bi ye
inye makebo mene ma babote mo sani fa e kai ko yi ni mambali nale ole la kai fa e kai ko da nani ke man developer won na bali nale ole la kai si beni ma bali na fa wo mancheme alon cheme amebe iwale no ni to onu sisi ko nu sisi ni ma plan ni ko e ja je bo ko bo mi tuwe ona ko le ni machine keji beni ma baba ni na fa mancheme wo ye iwale ni government e ko ko o ba twa me kusu na ba ishi ba ayi akusi da ye ko ni ko na ya aloje na kai hello
na kai
na ya agbomi ona ke ye ni abawo na kamla ye jeme develop she fe to makloa ni kamla lo ni be no aloje na kan si wo bi ene ni bi ko be ni mla ma bali na fa iwo ko o fe isa no ojie mamlano yo ke la kan bo de chola Gbese como ta cholete bola na ke ba Korle na ne na ba fe bola ni e Korle na ne o ya kekeji amla lo ke ni le me ko sport no Gbese ma bi ba pele le fe lo ni ba fi eje o ba di 25 si ni amla lo ke ni me lo mo lo nye no ko ke be wa fe di bona sko na ba fe ni e ko aba bi segbe aka wo ke mujimba fana ni fani ka se ataleyen ona difference ni yo mi wo je ni fa je pe o le kusu oba ke
ni amrali ke je mbe ba se je me ni ebi nye gbe ni ke ba se je me ni nye le ake na kan pa no ko pale ni be ni nsan ni ke si ni ya ni nye ka ma ya ye ake si ne ke no ni nye fi one esa gbe ni eke lo mo ke ni bi alo eke gbele ke ni bi baba
do ke bo ake wo edamashi wo para mosi si ako elai wo ye yun si wo ni wo kon no ko ba ko ona se Facebook Ilia ko no dane ayo sempe school me yo bete bi ene boko ni echele ija ka obela ka yi wale ko achele oba achele ma cheche si keji won woye yinyo ni woye otrabuna na achele ke ba abasa male na kale ba yesan wole me yo de chele chele ka le yesan ni ke eye for de nye defend e ba ya sawa china ka wale
Cheme, if you're market, Milenchen camera, it off. In Liake, inte reset more, wabaya off, alone, no. Nyabanake, screen no, if it dark, will we page, you know, cannot be a naked kwe. Macpanified, in my connecting camera, near no, you are she aleno. Can you fair day off a Jamie fee, mean by so Kao,
no obata sino the traditional council iba take a decision they have manche kaba sie ona ke last talk about Ghana traditional council concerning Ghana Gbese Korle ni mokoma without the knowledge Gbese manche without the knowledge of the Gamanche, she use the discretion. They can answer land commission be again. Boni near your land or the England, the England. Bona will be again.
Okay. So another question who you ni mabizi o shipuje na ho ani ncheme ni sanyo aloje amena.
Evidence here. Okay, I want to. It's a no year evidence here. She want to know about call really the care, my you come. Score case now, but I know here evidence. See, I don't expect you now, my mind to know. But well, obadini.
O shipuje na mama you know ani nyeleko. Ake yena mo so ye ehilo.
Sport here na se na mama chu no. Epo me na mlalo eko. Purposely for local order here. Sinam lalu eko expose the fair la lalu eko e can land commission no money many land commission no abamele no na be fio expose here o ni chise wo only small again digi asene small onani small again Malaysia small onani ne again mene mano si eko la lalu eko ile ke ha am lalu eno e can have me na kwenu digi land commission. Land commission be if their wisdom me can ma me turn on be school. No sometimes of under near red, Scott near black.
Okay.
No, Sunday New York.
Tanya na wa wonta oni nipe nyeke wa nkwale. Binafe ni nkwale edmo ni kwa ake jena jese ni wondra.
Nkwale eji kabashi bi ane inkebu. Ije oyumo da de repeat. Na kan gamasi e wo 6 wo be paramosi lo be division chief tika ti se ni se nenu na wo paramosi ona do be sa ne wo nye na close ko do ji rule na aka ni acho wo rule na aka ni ona ke wo le lo mo ke a close rule ke na kan he wale do e be capacity ni ko ba fe na ka aseme na kaji wo mancheme wo fe divisional chiefs jiwo ni moni ba anye US ani eji gamanche le ji paramosi ni le na chapo wo efita wo na ha wo paramosi wo tamo yu ko haga hello
yeah but Malia ogbena okay that's good atokan we are not going to know about you allo nyani wa na do ma ba mi ni wo rap le app ni wo gma yi na do ma o fa ne ba mi
yo ni ma yueji kome aye kume fe money ehehia kume fe monoji Only I wish I could watch a man. I'm a mom. You fair. Care balaka attack Manchester. You fair ni Enokwe na defend ga. She obini no mobile me aye me come ye gami ni ame via me yake taflache ame musu ko na ke me fe mo they will fight ame ba fight ni naka me ekomedi for example Lord come ke Daddy example no more taflache o find me by ataki no ni iwo mofia e kanjala ni mofia mo ena in refer no any refer to na particular one no je attack it eji anokwali ake no ni bodencho oye no mi ake ekomefi mo no ndamo ni kegbala ni bi ami no ha nkwa ake kaye me eni beni nchemu ko gbe yeji ni edenche baba ni eba domosi ake ye gami ni bi na ajaji afonshi ni wo nye no ni ekole taflache ame politics mi na me yo hewo ka aba ame ba use na ka power ni ame ke chake ni bi ni kan denche efe mashi ni anye no ke ya amamba chake ye power na ko kwe ingbe na ke ko me fe mo ba je ye gasate eja ke in this particular instance more ganonie sani whether I win in politics or not, allo le party or not, le party is secondary. Ni sani more ke gan a machine first. She in this case make a politics ke gan by you awuna. Na ame feel sure ke ame bag black ya politics na make a gan by a second. No can be mene and so now make ame ba realize that gameji ame first. No fair no me make a gan I will hear first. Then the politics I say, and so now me ba realize na kai me ke na ba ne ile be ni e asizi. I need ni as ganyo okay gan ang here clenk the all fighty e hanga. No honey of an etaflache insight neke example. Habo koni nke second di noni bo ochon ake ekomefe mo ka ya le neke ekomefe mo enako eba eja ke mindset ni wote ameko me ye gan ame ewa ame ke gan ya wona e hang boy no naka me sani ame chaki ame mindset koni ame fua gan ke me huni ye gan he gemojo ba ke ame wa me ka me pe ke ye mu shinke ayale neke be na ayale le ile be ni wo ba she.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Emoye Nii Armah Okpah niji enyo Korle Okpah bubulu shimanche ni ke ba ke chencho wolele ba sha shopo ko moke ye Kristo yiwale na
ni tete o fane ni tete ma wie one more keke mokonwe ba no o fane regarding Korle Korle wulo mo ame here edowa ni ame bagbla mi ake BNH pon or not BNH pon the level of head door na make wo neke sanine mi ku one time na make na head door no aya sa Korle fi bi ane no gbla mi o awon sise ake government take ni for no wo ke government take ni for Korle no ni no he wo ha hegbe na je gami ni asa no honey in belami ko we I'm going to go back to no ni baby anake ke game ya je na kan government me I mean be fun ni sana mechu na me ke akapia gan kecho na ka direction e ja ke no he woni game tuame na me ame avote ha me na me aje na ma chu na kani ka me sege ke ka me ke ga ebu awo na yeli ke ha na kan ko na kan di any point there yo because nya tla je me ni government e ko eklo ene me fe ni gafe sha ni kolien defu ni no onye game na chuye akenya na ka government ni nya jeje ni nye ba je wo side as game no onye ni museshane no ka shi me bia me ba chaki amedomo na me na ke game dia because any Korle e bia ne e ya hunto ni ka government ke ni for no be Korle ulomo e be nu chumo ko ne tu e ya ke ka government ke ni for no te to ya je no ayo pai.
Sounds good. Ima, all right. Don't say what wrap it up.
Ama you no go feel or ama you no go feel.
All right.
Ma fa no you ama you no go feel eh. Get government can ne for no kono. Government can ne for Korle lake no ni ne. That doesn't mean I can beg na ya again na asagin. Oye ba no asagin. E ja ke boje ro mo no tana. Ni bo ko je so ye gbe na ya na so je me fali na ke no be ni na ke no ko ni dani yu ake what gamanche ke ta si ojogba to be ni tete yu e nse ko mini there is grant ni mini aha na ke sa ni bi akesa Korle ke ni bi no ke afana ka ni London na aha na ka grant e abanda ke sa Korle ya be ni government ke ni wo ni government won ba sa government that doesn't mean I can fix it.
Ama ajaje bu fi wo nke bu ake ka onye eli ona no you on efe ka awo manche no ismona gazette ka gazette bu e bobote woji am no ka if you know ya o gazette no ji o kale na ka no ji wo ga machie wo be eli wo eje as institution she will bet you know. Kelele wo ye ela always banye ko respond ka individual.
Davi.
Di no e ke wo sai ake ka fa always ke die here be sa de ka ba wo.
Na guys.
Se ni wo be you know ni ba kon le wo e ke ha mo ni le de church isu. Na kan di bola ni na ka bamba. Ni ne e ke gamechu ni local government e ke gamechu ni sila ba fe ni e ha ibi di ane ni ke ko yo ne e me ha permit ni ke wo ma je mechu ni e ja ke ma je ko ni site le contempt tipo di bi na won ye gale e me le wo lo be e ske ba je ha permit se ye permit ni e mi ya ke na ba e permit sa na ye indenture se ye for the indenture akaya e me e ha please permit to ba yo lete sikaji wodenche wo yo trabuna ko monitor she wo gba le ka fo wo judgment against le ko ne ya che monitor le luchumo akamblaye si ajegbe na hawo elaye ejaka amele no ni ka ke hawo teme ko me o ba ni wo ketu.
Right, sounds good. Atama o final words ni wo me ofane jebo dabi atama bibio ofane jebo mpa ofane meda atama bibio ba mi papa
eba la ke ewie ela ye ko we ma ga ni se de ba gbe na ke ela ye no gbe na le fi tu wo fe wona akwa
yeah
no ma ela ye ni gbe no ta ka so ita ba ake na ne ke ela ye
Yes.
Ela ye ti abete ni de ba nye she no
Ona ka hawo paramosi no be next is an area parliament na elevate 6 to say ko ni parliament le won aye o da se ko na je parliament na ba so e wo ma je be wo ni ake this time wo yen ni ka Gbese spoti Gbese de je ye le je gba o tu blowu le we yen o tu blowu traditional council ko ni wo no ta wo yo ma mi agbene ko yen ela ye o ni ba se na lu ele akeke me wo be bona luto ospon ya Accra Central ke ko mene e ba fe sani ale no ko ba si bia ne afo woda no ka ne yue mo ba wa wo ne ba chi ne ke yue mo ne she sani e ka je omo we e ka parliament 2 years ba de wo ka ne ba wa wo ni no asenso ko be ni minuji manchame ko be no nyemi na ka ha me ka ne ha me ini bi ba fite ini wo sani e asenso sani nko bo ene te mo bisa bo manchame ko be no amelia ka ka mene akele ha kwere ka ga Gbese ko ne it will not exist si na me no na me ka fi o iwo ame ha na ha wo wo ka ga sha je ni na yi dia mla lo epe si wo manchame ko me yes susu na me chuji no ame sumo na nkwale ba kashi no sani ko yana ba yu nye force of parliament kenye gadangbe yu ni the council e ka dibiye kan ke bo ake moni kanye da loyal beli no ni ba kan ma si ayu ero sani lo so ni na ye mo ko egbe wo ga me si wo denche wo ye kakla wo kan fe wo no wo fi o.
All right, sounds good. Aliyah, oh yeah, final words. No, by you, ni work me washing.
Okay, in final words, in my year, I say what fair for me, what fair for me, what no fair for me. According to me, where the bian you, it can't see what the engine will go. So, can I say, you can't come here, catch it, and na me pa no na fi amfi ke no na fi o chikola bi eni mu anu no nche mehu na me sumo na 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 ela ajin ka ma yi mu aya keke ka me ye ni wonye wodumo no ni wo ka chon na ni bai wo te ake no ni me ne fe ni fa ke le ye they will continue to do the same thing. Well, for ke ka mi ko mi ke bi ake faji ka ma ye me ni ke aka hana kan ela ya ke akaba site ni bi faji ka ma ye
Nakan bono yuele nakan si fa le une yo je ken mene ni ukele basani wo fe bi ji wo yi wo fe we can including bodenche no je si ako je ma won ko ye je si sa ko ye je mi si ke ameka ba gbewe wo na me ba yue history ro be bi ameba te si ame wo ye wale oni waya ni wa pale ni ke bu yo ne iwe mo ni yo ne is nonsense ke amoko mokolawu is good ke ale e jake ke ya advantage ya ale e ya negative ya amoko o rusisi o no ni ba ke bo peji this year le ni mo wa we ni de wole le ba se topo kunuke on this year wo ba na tuma nyam o ko ni ka ko
ke wo na no ko na wo fe ko ba si afaje wo fe wo ba heda wo fe wo ba mo ake no ni guy fi e be hi menu e no ko ni wo wo fe wo ba heda ni wo ke faje ake am wa message me ni ke gan ka jo ni gan ka yan mo message wo na kan me ake ni ke lo ji am ni ke lo ji am ake eto wo onye ma ne ni onye ko mama mi ke wo te se wo bukun tun 24/7 ni wo den se wo ma mi wo de ko wo si wo ma mi ka wo ba ba hu e ti won ni aba afi ne kan ke ka o h ko mo ko do e ka hu ha mi e to wo kan kan ti e o ti e ne ke wo na no ko na o ba ba
yo
o ba ba o ke fa je be ba gba mi wa de jo wo pe wo si anje mi wo pe wo si anje wo ye je mi o pe wo si anje mi wo ye je mi
to ke fa gbasa ni e bebi gbiri ji egbi bona pe ko te mo no kele ayu na kan bi e do mi ele nche eje no sa ni gbo na pe pe no kwa ke chake mo ba lo
Right. Watch it. Ofane our final words. Koni magme etomi agbene isani mateji. Ofane ya no.
Ya te mi nda ni fe si mi pa ni fe fai kaji ale no ko te wrong ya iko e ke kiam si aka ni wona kwa nkwali e ni won ta nkwali ele ne ke no sa ni baleda ke ashi beni Kristo ba na nukwale abajipo mo fe ba nu wo shishi nye mambi ni o ma se fe ni anya na shi wa ke la ejipo legan bajo ka ba ko mama papa nebu nka ba ye ni twa no ma papa fe wo
Yaw. Inche, oyi wala don wa de nche akengmene nwe Okobe san what 5 good hours almost. Thank you so much once again for taking off the time ni oba fita wa ngmene ko numba a job wa eko ufane wo ba yue yese oyi wala don. All right, okay. Charlie panel Benyele matchanye on the other side bona is anima won you know so nkenye fe ba yue yese onu nye fe nye yi wala don. All right, okay. Bye bye.
Okay.
All right. All right. Trouble. Me qualify. Etomi. Is ani ma wo you know agbene. So you know course nimba ni wo no me qualify. I need to take a break. Next time me qualify can wo call no keke mi. Ona etomi. Nye mfe 6 hours. Me ne 5 hours. That's a hell of a work. Bolly. Sanima John Bomonchoi. So min da mo fe mo shi. I appreciate everyone for coming along. Numba join your fan. Next week. Obak be ko. Next week ni yankose. Ebaba ni eba we gamanche sandike sandie ni woke wache egbagmene nwe oba add another person to what weekend schedule money only during the course of the week KG and verify. Okay, so thank you all once again. I appreciate you all a lot. Bye bye.